There comes a moment in every person's life when they do everything right. The vision board, the goals, the hustle, the late-night grind. And something still refuses to click. You watch others rise with half your effort while you drown in invisible quicksand. You say all the right affirmations, force all the right habits, push yourself harder than you ever pushed before. And yet the doors stay closed. If effort alone created wealth, you wouldn't be reading this book. There's a cinematic brutality to the moment you finally admit, I'm chasing success with an internal state that repels it. You don't attract money with your plans. You attract it with your presence. Your emotional frequency. Your nervous system patterns. Your self-worth blueprint. Your subconscious beliefs about what you deserve, what you fear, and what you're allowed to hold. This book is not about budgets, strategies, or productivity hacks. You've tried those. They gave you motion, not transformation. This book is about identity, the electric field around you that tells the world how to treat you. It's the code you broadcast without speaking. The silent contract your energy signs when you walk into a room. The emotional chemistry that says, opportunity can trust me, or not yet. Wealth is not something you chase. Wealth is something that recognizes you. And if life hasn't recognized you yet, it's not because you're broken. It's because your inner frequency is still tuned to a version of you who believes they are not ready. In these pages, you will rewrite that frequency. You will learn why your aura speaks louder than your words, why desperation repels prosperity, why emotional clutter fogs your field, and why the identity you hold internally determines the reality you experience externally. You're not here to learn how to get wealthy. You're here to learn how to become someone wealth feels safe approaching. By the time you reach the end of this book, you will understand the truth that changes everything. You never move toward wealth. Wealth moves toward who you are. Introduction: you don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. Doing everything right but failing. A young woman stands in front of a mirror, preparing herself for a crucial day. She has her outfit meticulously planned, tailored to project confidence and professionalism. Her hair is styled just right, every strand in place. She recites affirmations in her mind, spouting phrases of determination and success. On paper, she checks every box for what success demands: stable job, impressive resume, and a clear goal. Yet, despite all her preparations, she feels an impending sense of dread. Something is off. No matter how hard she tries to feel the energy of success, it's as if an invisible wall blocks her from true achievement. This scenario illustrates a potent truth. It's not simply the actions we take that determine our success. It's the energy we radiate while taking those actions. This woman, despite her best efforts, carries an aura of anxiety and unworthiness. The very essence of her emotional state undermines her logical pursuits. People may be quick to commend her for doing everything right, but inside, she feels exhausted from spinning her wheels without producing meaningful results. What she wants to attract is not aligning with who she believes she is. The concept of aura frequently comes into play here. It can be understood as a subtle, yet powerful, emotional frequency we emit. This frequency is shaped by our past experiences, our beliefs about ourselves, and the unseen patterns of our nervous systems. When she walks into a room, others may not consciously recognize her competence, yet they can sense the underlying tension radiating from her. This discord sends mixed signals to the universe. It creates a mismatch, where the thoughts of success clash with feelings of inadequacy. Now consider the consequences of this energetic dissonance. When the young woman walks into her work meeting, she is met with skepticism. Her colleagues might see her exterior, neatly dressed and articulate, but they also pick up on her insecurity. The room shifts. Conversations lower in volume as her presence disrupts the energy, creating a palpable tension. This is the emotional exhaustion many face, an unending cycle of trying hard, yet feeling unseen, unrecognized, and unsuccessful. At this juncture, it's crucial to separate the external from the internal. While she hopes for recognition and wealth, her internal narrative tells a different story, one filled with self-doubt and fear. These emotions don't just linger. They become deeply ingrained patterns in her nervous system. Emotional histories often dictate present behavior, leading to falling short despite taking all the right steps. This disconnect speaks to a foundational truth. Wealth does not respond to mere intentions or actions, but rather to the authenticity of one's emotional state. In every moment, you are broadcasting a signal to the world. Similarly, self-perception impacts how you interact with opportunities and people around you. If you believe that wealth is unattainable, your actions align with this belief, pushing abundance further out of reach. It's all too easy to get trapped in the exhausting cycle of trying and failing, striving for goals that feel perpetually just out of grasp. The universe listens and responds to your emotional truth rather than the rehearsed words you articulate. Recognizing this disconnect is the first step towards healing. Transformation requires honesty about how you truly feel versus how you want to be perceived. Are you pretending to be confident when, inside, you feel scared? The juxtaposition creates a chasm that sabotages your every effort. It's essential to peel back the layers and confront what lies beneath. The fear, the scarcity mindset, the inner critic that insists you're not enough. This is where change begins. Your journey to self-discovery involves tuning into your internal state. Try reflecting upon how you respond in social settings. Do you carry an air of confidence, or do you shrink in the background? Observe how and when your energy shifts, and take note of any patterns that emerge. Awareness is the catalyst for transformation. Remember, before you can attract abundance, you must first become aligned with its energy. To shift that energy may mean confronting uncomfortable truths within yourself, the beliefs you hold, the fears that grip you, and the stories you tell. Allow yourself to feel these emotions fully and understand their origins. This isn't about blame, but rather about unraveling the tightly knit fabric of your emotional identity. By understanding your aura and recognizing its impact, you can begin to shift from simply doing everything right to embodying the essence of the wealth you seek. Focus on becoming the person wealth notices, for that is the true key to unlocking the life you desire. Wealth as an energetic identity. Wealth is often seen as piles of cash, a fancy car, or a big house. But those are just the surfaces, the outcomes that most people chase without understanding the true source behind them. Wealth isn't something you grab from the outside world. It starts from inside. It's a feeling, a state, an energy that you carry with you. This invisible pulse shapes how opportunities show up, how people treat you, and how your life unfolds. If you think about it, your financial situation mirrors your internal world almost exactly. When your inner world vibrates with scarcity, fear, or doubt, your external world echoes the same. When it hums with confidence, openness, and a sense of worthiness, wealth begins to magnetize around you naturally. The idea that wealth is an energetic identity means it's not just about effort or smart decisions alone. It's about who you are beneath your thoughts and actions. Your energy, your thoughts, your beliefs, they influence your nervous system and feelings in ways that ripple out and change the realities you attract. It's like a radio station. If you're broadcasting fear or limitation, you won't tune into the channel of abundance. But if you shift your frequency to one of possibility and certainty, the airwaves of prosperity become clear and strong. This explains why you can work hard, follow advice, and still feel stuck. The work comes from your mind, but your mind isn't the whole story. Your body, your emotions, the patterns embedded in your nervous system. They all communicate a deeper truth about what you believe you're worthy of receiving. The world listens to that deeper truth more than it listens to your words or intentions. Money doesn't just show up from a plan, it flows to a feeling. When your emotional and energetic self matches the idea of wealth as something that belongs to you, the external world shifts to support that. Think about the last time you entered a room and someone immediately picked up on your mood without you saying a word. That's energy in action. People sense your presence because you carry more than body language. You carry an energetic signal that broadcasts your vibe before you speak. This signal shapes how others perceive you, what they offer, and how they respond. The same principle applies to wealth. It responds more to your energetic signal than your resume, your words, or your bank statements. If your inner world is broadcasting tension or scarcity, wealth will keep its distance, no matter how hard you try. Your energetic identity is shaped by countless experiences: your childhood, the stories you've absorbed about money, the failures you endured, and the beliefs you formed around worthiness and success. These layers form an invisible filter that colors how your energy vibrates in every moment. When you understand this, you begin to see why some people seem to attract money effortlessly while others are stuck chasing it endlessly without satisfaction. It's the energy you project that draws or repels wealth. This also means that changing your financial situation requires more than just changing your bank accounts or income sources. It's about shifting what's happening within you on a deep level. The nervous system, your emotional responses, and your subconscious beliefs about yourself and money combine together to create the reality you live. Shifting this energetic identity requires paying attention to your emotional patterns, challenging limiting beliefs, and rewiring how you feel about worthiness and success. Many people live drained and defeated because they are chasing goals without listening to this energetic truth. Exhaustion sets in when every attempt to reach financial success meets resistance not from the market or outside forces, but from inside. That friction comes from misaligned energy, the gap between who you think you should be to have wealth and who you actually feel you are. This conflict causes constant setbacks, doubt, and frustration, making it feel like no matter how much you do, it's not enough. You start to question your abilities, and the self-sabotage grows stronger, fed by emotional burnout. When you chase something that isn't aligned with your current energetic state, the pursuit becomes a battle. Trying to force financial growth without first shifting your energy is like pushing a boulder uphill. Your mind might be willing, but the nervous system resists because it's trying to protect you from what feels unsafe or unknown. Real wealth happens when your emotional state aligns with the possibility of abundance, when you feel ready, deserving, and capable on the inside. Only then does the effort feel natural, and success becomes a flow, not a struggle. This is why so many people feel invisible while working so hard. Their internal broadcast is set to scarcity, fear, or self-doubt. Until they shift that internal frequency, the outer world won't reward them with the wealth they seek. Recognizing this is radical because it puts the power back into your hands. It says that wealth isn't about begging the world for more. It's about becoming the kind of person that wealth is drawn to. It's about raising your energetic signal to one that wealth notices and welcomes. When we talk about aura, many imagine a glowing light or mystical energy field. But the practical truth is simpler. Your aura is the sum of your emotional frequency, nervous system patterns, and self-beliefs all combined. It's the background energy that you carry everywhere. Like a silent broadcast, it influences how others feel around you and what life hands to you. Your emotional frequency measures the tone you sustain over time, whether it's calm, anxious, confident, or unworthy. Your nervous system reacts to past experiences and shapes how you respond to stress or opportunity. Self-beliefs are the scripts running quietly in your mind about what you deserve, what's possible, and who you are. These elements form the energetic foundation that determines what you can attract. When your emotional frequency is low, filled with fear and doubt, it restricts your ability to receive and hold wealth. If your nervous system is on high alert, protecting you from perceived danger, it pushes opportunities away or sabotages your progress. If your core beliefs tell you that wealth isn't for people like you, then your whole body resists the idea even if your mind says otherwise. Understanding aura this way gives you a tool to start observing yourself, not just your thoughts or actions, but how you feel and how your body reacts. Awareness of your energetic signature is the first step towards transformation. By noticing what energy you carry, you can begin to adjust it, loosening the patterns that hold you back. This is where real change begins because the outside world changes only when the inside world does first. This book isn't about quick tricks or empty affirmations. It's about showing you how to become the person wealth recognizes. That means working with your energy, emotions, and beliefs honestly and boldly. This journey asks you to stop fighting your hidden blocks and start understanding them. It invites you to feel everything honestly, find clarity amidst confusion, and claim a new identity where wealth is not a distant goal, but a natural state. By shifting your energetic identity, you don't just attract wealth. You carry it with you like a secret power that changes everything about the way life responds. Begin by tuning into your energy as if it's a message from your deepest self. Notice what emotions and thoughts you repeat. Pay attention to how your body reacts when you think about money or success. When your internal world shifts, your external world will follow in surprising, undeniable ways. Wealth doesn't chase after who you want to be. Wealth recognizes who you already are beneath the surface. Exposing emotional exhaustion of goal chasing. Many people push themselves relentlessly, thinking that persistence is the key to success. They set goals, hustle fiercely, and chase after external markers of achievement, more money, a bigger house, a successful career. Yet somehow, inside, they feel drained, hollow, and worn out. It's as if each victory is momentary, and then the exhaustion creeps back in, dragging their energy down again. What they don't realize is that the emotional toll of constant striving is draining their life force, leaving them too tired to even enjoy what they reach for. Their bodies feel heavy, their minds foggy, because they are chasing something that isn't truly theirs. They are chasing an illusion, a fleeting shadow that can never fill the emptiness they've neglected to face. This exhaustion isn't just physical fatigue, it's emotional and energetic burnout. Every time we push to reach a goal without really aligning with who we are, we chip away at our inner vitality. We suppress doubts, fears, and doubts that lurk beneath the surface, pretending everything is fine, that resilience alone will carry us through. But this kind of relentless effort creates a silent weight, a sense that no matter how much we do, it's never enough. Our nervous system stays on high alert, constantly waiting for the next demand, the next disappointment, the next failure. Our energy becomes fragmented, pulled in different directions by conflicting desires and subconscious fears that whisper, "You're not enough," or "You won't succeed," even as we try to convince ourselves otherwise. When you chase goals without emotional clarity, your energy becomes a tangled mess. You may work longer hours, push harder, set bigger targets, yet feel exhausted and unfulfilled. This internal fatigue drains your motivation and clouds your judgment. You might succeed temporarily, but the fatigue quickly returns, often with a sense of frustration or guilt. You start questioning whether all this effort is worth it, wondering what's wrong with you, why you can't just be happy with what you've achieved. It's not laziness or lack of discipline. It's the emotional exhaustion that comes from ignoring the deeper truth. Your energy has to be aligned with your true self for goals to truly manifest and feel meaningful. Many of us carry unresolved emotional fatigue rooted in the stories we tell ourselves about worth, failure, and success. We carry subconscious fears that if we stop striving, we'll fall behind or lose our value. We might have internalized the belief that working harder is the only way to earn love or approval. These beliefs create an unending cycle of effort and exhaustion, trapping us in a mindset of constant doing rather than genuine being. We push ourselves to the brink, only to find that no external achievement can fill the internal void. The truth is, this exhaustion is a symptom of a misaligned energy, one that needs attention, awareness, and recalibration. Notice how your body and mind respond during your daily pursuits. Do you feel a sense of ease, or do you notice mounting tension and fatigue? Are your thoughts filled with worry, self-criticism, or doubt? These are signals that your energy is out of harmony. Chasing goals from a place of emotional depletion leads to a cycle of frustration, burnout, and disillusionment. Recognizing that your internal state directly impacts your external results is the first step. Once you see that, you can begin to sow the seeds of replenishment by listening to your inner world, releasing unhelpful beliefs, and aligning with a state of true vitality. Because true success flows not just from what you do, but from who you are being at your core. Chapter 1. The Aura, Your Hidden Broadcast Signal. Unspoken Influence. Two people walk into a room, each carrying their own invisible weight. One strides confidently, the energy around them crackling with unspoken assurance. Their presence shifts the air, subtly demanding attention without uttering a single word. This person may not wear the brightest clothes or flaunt a record of achievements, but something about them seems magnetic. The second individual enters with shoulders slightly hunched, eyes darting around as if looking for an escape route. They bubble with uncertainty, and an undercurrent of apprehension seeps into the room's atmosphere, dampening spirits and stifling conversation. In this moment, we witness the unspoken influence of energy, where feelings and emotional states supersede spoken language. The first person feels open and free. The second feels small and hidden. One embodies a radiant self-assuredness, while the other embodies quiet distress. Every encounter, every meeting is colored by these invisible exchanges. We instinctively read these signals, the way someone holds their head, the depth of their breath, the pace of their steps. We can sense when a person is truly present or when their mind drifts elsewhere. These cues inform our instincts about trustworthiness, ability, and openness to connection. Opportunities are born from these subtle exchanges. They can be invited in or pushed away based on the energy we bring into a room. When someone glowingly manifests positivity, they invite collaboration and opportunities, while the one filled with doubt often becomes a quiet obstacle, unknowingly sabotaging their own chances. This rhythm of energy flows from our past experiences, our childhood conditioning, and our self-beliefs. Wealth and abundance respond to our emotional truth rather than our spoken desires. To hone in on our influences, we must first recognize their presence. Pick a day to notice how strangers react to your own energy. Observe their facial responses, the distance they maintain, and the flow of conversations you encounter. Let yourself feel the power of this silent exchange, and know that your greatest transformation begins with awareness. How people subconsciously read energy. When someone walks into a room, they don't need to say a word for the energy they carry to ripple through the space. You might notice how the air shifts around certain people, how a presence pulls attention or pushes it away without a single sentence spoken. That's because people reveal much more than they realize through subtle, unconscious signals. A barely perceptible change in posture, a flicker in their eyes, a tightness in their jaw, or the tempo of their breathing. These small movements are like fingerprints of their internal state, broadcasting emotions, fears, and beliefs before a single thought is voiced. Think about times when you instantly read the room or sense someone's mood without them telling you. It's your brain scanning their micro-expressions, body language, and energy beneath the surface. The nervous system doesn't lie. It transmits truth about a person's emotional frequency, whether they carry tension, fear, confidence, or calm, and your subconscious picks up on that signal like a radio tuning into a specific frequency. This kind of energy reading happens so fast, and silently you aren't aware it's happening, but it shapes your feelings, judgments, and decisions moment to moment. These invisible cues aren't random, either. They connect to deeper parts of who a person is, layered with their past experiences, beliefs formed in childhood, and memories of success or failure. A person with a history of rejection or scarcity wears that invisible armor in their body. On the other hand, someone who has cultivated emotional safety and abundance shows up with a different rhythm, a kind of magnetic pull that opens doors rather than closes them. Understanding this helps explain why people sometimes don't get it. Even when they say all the right things, their inner energy is broadcasting something else entirely. Underneath your conscious thoughts lies a powerful current of energy that influences everything about your life. This current is made up of patterns formed by your nervous system, emotional habits, and self-beliefs, a hidden signal constantly projected from your presence, tone, and movements. Every handshake, glance, and handshake carries this frequency. Even if you try to hide your doubts or mask your fears with words or forced smiles, your body and emotions leak the truth. This silent broadcast isn't just background noise. It shapes the way others perceive you and the opportunities you attract. Opportunities don't come to those who just want success. They come to those who embody it in their energy. When your inner state is fractured or filled with tension, it creates resistance. People sense hesitation or disconnection, and that subtle feedback loop closes doors before you even realize why. In relationships, clients, even casual encounters, your subconscious energy decides whether people feel drawn to you or guarded around you. Wealth doesn't respond to scripted affirmations or external hustle. It responds to the emotional truth beneath, the resonance of your real self. Every interaction is an exchange of energy. When you walk into a room, your invisible aura communicates what you believe about yourself, your value, safety, readiness, and worthiness. That frequency either invites collaboration, support, and abundance, or triggers distance, skepticism, and scarcity. This is why two people can say identical things but receive completely different results. One's energy is aligned with their words, while the other's is fragmented. Becoming aware of this silent broadcast means noticing how your energy shifts in different situations and what that creates around you. It's the difference between pushing for change and naturally attracting it. Today, pay attention to the unspoken signals you send. Notice when people lean in or pull back, when opportunities appear seamless or seem to slip away without clear explanation. Your energy is louder than you think, so listen to what it's saying. Factors shaping your aura: childhood, beliefs, past failures. Your aura isn't just a mysterious glow surrounding you. It's a reflection of everything you've experienced, believed, and endured. It's shaped from the moment you took your first breath, molded by the environment you grew up in, the stories you told yourself, and the moments you failed and survived. These invisible layers are like the programming your subconscious runs on, often without you realizing it. What you learned as a child about worth, safety, and success sticks to your energy like glue, silently steering your life's direction. Think of childhood as the foundation of a building. If that foundation is shaky, if your parents' words, actions, or neglect made you feel unworthy or unsafe, that instability leaves a mark on your energetic blueprint. Many grow up with unspoken messages that wealth is for others, that money causes trouble, or that they aren't meant to have more. These beliefs settle deep into your nervous system, creating patterns that show up long after childhood is over. The stories you inherited, whether from family, culture, or society, become the lens through which you see your worth and your potential. Every direct or subtle message about money, success, or worth becomes a part of your internal dialogue. When you hear things like money doesn't grow on trees or rich people are greedy, your subconscious adopts it as truth that shapes your energetic signal. Past failures add another layer to this complex mix. When you stumble, lose something, or face rejection, it's easy to interpret those moments as proof you aren't cut out for wealth. Instead of seeing failure as feedback, you start to believe it defines your limits. Over time, these failures reinforce a sense that abundance is just beyond your reach, creating nervous system patterns that repel prosperity rather than invite it. Your beliefs about money, whether they are explicit or buried deep, act like filters that alter your vibe. If you believe you must struggle to succeed, your energy broadcasts scarcity. If, on the other hand, you carry feelings of shame or guilt tied to past shortcomings, your aura shrinks or becomes tense, making it invisible or uninviting to wealth. Past failures become ghosts that whisper, "You're not enough," even when you consciously say you want more. These subconscious stories and emotional wounds carry a kind of weight that your external efforts can't overcome unless you address the roots first. Some may notice that their energy feels heavy or defensive without understanding why. Others unconsciously sabotage opportunities because their inner world screams, "Stay small, don't get hurt again." The truth is, your aura is a mirror of your inner beliefs and unresolved emotional scars. If you continually tell yourself that success is too risky or that you don't deserve it, your frequency remains stuck in a place that repels the very thing you desire. Recognizing these influences is the first step to shifting your energetic landscape and becoming someone wealth recognizes as its own. Start paying attention to how your past shows up in your present. Notice how certain memories, stories, or feelings crop up when you think about money or success. When you recall a childhood moment where money caused stress or shame, see how it affects your body. Does your chest tighten? Do your shoulders slump? These physical cues reveal where old fears still linger. By observing these signals, you take the first step in rewriting your story. Instead of allowing your past to define your future, you can choose to release old tales and create new beliefs rooted in your capacity to attract abundance. Because the things you experienced early on are woven into your aura, transforming your energetic space requires inner work. It's not about denying the past, but illuminating it and deciding what you want to carry forward. Healing those inner stories, forgiving yourself, and affirming your worth are acts of reclaiming power over your energy. When the old narratives loosen their grip, your aura begins to glow brighter, signaling to the universe that you're open to receiving wealth, not as a distant dream, but as an energetic certainty rooted in your true self. Chapter 2. The Law of Resonance. Why you sabotage what you fear. Resonance defined, attracting what matches your emotional baseline. Think of it like a radio signal. No matter how loudly you shout your desires, if your internal frequency is misaligned, you simply won't connect with what you truly want. Your energy acts as a beacon. When it doesn't match the vibration of your dreams, those dreams remain out of reach, just beyond your grasp. This can feel frustrating, as you put forth effort and intention, yet find yourself still in the same spot, wondering why success feels like a mirage. If you believe you are unworthy of wealth, no amount of positive affirmations will change the fact that you're broadcasting a different message to the universe. That feeling of unworthiness creates a barrier, drawing in experiences that reinforce that belief. You may find yourself continually surrounded by financial struggles or toxic relationships, ironically affirming the emotional narrative you've accepted as truth. This phenomenon is often subtle but powerful. If you define your self-worth by external measurements and feel a tight knot in your stomach at the thought of financial abundance, you are perpetuating a cycle of scarcity. The universe resonates with your internal state, not the words you proclaim in the mirror. This emotional resonance is rooted in belief and feeling, driving actions and reactions that either lead you towards your goals or keep you anchored in familiar territory of fear and inadequacy. To navigate this journey, begin noticing the patterns in your life that align with your emotional frequency. Pay attention to how certain environments, discussions, or even people make you feel. When you encounter situations that evoke warmth or excitement, acknowledge them. These are moments that resonate with a more expansive version of yourself. Conversely, identify experiences that feel uncomfortable or constricting. They offer insights into your current emotional state and highlight areas for growth. The next step is building awareness around your feelings and addressing any thoughts that arise from them. Begin to rewrite your emotional baseline by consciously aligning your actions and beliefs with what you wish to attract. This isn't merely about visualizing wealth and success. It's about feeling deserving and ready to embrace these experiences. Your emotional frequency can shift through daily practices such as gratitude, self-affirmation, and purposeful reflection. As you raise your emotional baseline, watch how your external experiences begin to shift, aligning with the richness of what you genuinely desire. A practical tip to get started is to write down what you most want to attract in your life. Then reflect on your current feelings about those desires. Are there fears or doubts that creep in? Acknowledge them, but don't let them dictate your reality. Instead, focus on the feelings of joy, abundance, and fulfillment. By making a conscious effort to resonate with those emotions, you'll start to attract the right opportunities and people into your life. Contradiction between desire and subconscious fear. When you consciously aspire to success, wealth, or recognition, but deep down harbor a dread of being exposed or judged, you find yourself caught in a complex inner struggle. This tension arises from two opposing forces within you. On one side, desire, the conscious drive pushing you to grow, pursue abundance, and embrace change. On the other, the subconscious mind, often shaped by fears of failure, rejection, or loss of control. These subconscious fears operate subtly yet powerfully, influencing your energy and behaviors in ways you may not even notice. They whisper comforting lies that staying small, invisible, or within your comfort zone is safer, less risky. This conflict between your conscious ambitions and subconscious fears creates a fertile ground for confusion and self-sabotage. You might intend to speak confidently in meetings, but your hands tremble and your voice falters when the moment arrives. You may plan ambitious projects but find yourself stalling at the critical step of making calls or sending proposals. It's as if your mind sends one clear signal while your body broadcasts another, resulting in a misalignment that blocks opportunities and hampers your progress. Because energy flows where attention goes, this inner discord can prevent your true desires from manifesting fully. When subconscious fears take root, they begin to rewrite your internal story about what's possible. If, deep inside, you associate success with increased pressure, loss of privacy, or fear of judgment, your nervous system reacts as if these outcomes are imminent threats. This automatic, primal response, fear, is designed for protection, but it can inadvertently hold you back. Even as you verbally declare, "I want wealth," your subconscious energy might be saying, "I'm not ready for this," causing you to hesitate or withdraw. Life responds to the energetic signals you emit. Thus, the internal message you send strongly influences the external opportunities that unfold. The first crucial step toward resolving this contradiction is to cultivate painful, but honest awareness of your true feelings when contemplating success. This isn't an abstract exercise, but involves sitting with discomfort and explicitly naming your fears, whether they concern exposure, losing control, standing out, or failing publicly. Recognizing and articulating these fears strips them of some of their power, transforming them from unseen forces into conscious phenomena you can address. This awareness marks the beginning of a deliberate choice, rather than being passively controlled by subconscious influences. From this foundation, start noticing moments when your actions betray your spoken desires. Do you avoid returning a call after declaring yourself ready to grow? Do you delay submitting an application because you secretly worry it won't be good enough? These contradictions are subtle but persistent, reflecting deep-seated resistance. It's vital to face this resistance directly, not as laziness or lack of willpower, but as fear masquerading as procrastination or distraction. Changing this pattern requires rewriting the emotional meaning attached to success, visibility, and risk. Practice small, courageous acts of alignment. Speak your truth in low-stakes settings. Choose manageable ways to increase visibility, and lean into discomfort with the mantra, "I can handle more than I thought." Each step taken toward dissolving fear helps forge new neural pathways, fostering a sense of safety within vulnerability. Over time, these small acts strengthen your internal resilience and reduce the subconscious barriers that hold you back. Remember, your mind and nervous system need time to adapt. Change isn't about forcing yourself into new behavior, but about gently softening the barrier between what you desire and what feels safe. As your subconscious fears gradually relax, your outward ambitions will begin to align naturally, and the inner contradiction will diminish. When your desire and energy speak in harmony, life will start reflecting back the success you've been ready for all along, seamlessly and authentically. Exercise: listing desires versus emotional capacity. When you think about what you want, more money, a higher position, a better relationship, it's easy to fill a page with your desires. But beneath those wishes lies a hidden layer often overlooked: your emotional capacity to hold and sustain what you're asking for. It's not enough to jot down your goals. You need to honestly check if your inner world can support them. If you're craving wealth but feel anxious or unworthy deep inside, that internal mismatch weakens your ability to attract what you desire. Start by making two separate lists. On one side, write everything you truly want: luxury trips, freedom, recognition, security. No censoring, no editing. Then, on the other side, list how you feel about those desires. Do you believe you're capable of having them? Do you feel anxious, guilty, or scared at the thought of attaining those things? Be ruthlessly honest. This gap between what you want and what you think you can handle is the key moving forward. Notice what's missing or mismatched in your feelings. Do you say you want abundance, but secretly feel like you're a fraud, or that wealth is only for lucky or privileged people? Maybe you desire stability, but carry fears of losing it all. Recognizing these emotional signals is crucial because your subconscious communicates in feelings, not words. If your inner dialogue is full of doubt, shame, or scarcity, your energy won't support your desires. Wealth responds to the emotional space you create, not just the ideas you claim to want. Now, look at your list side by side. If your desires are grand, but your emotional capacity is small or insecure, you're setting yourself up for internal conflict. For example, you might want financial freedom but feel unworthy of it, or you might wish for a successful career but fear the responsibilities it entails. These internal fears act like a ceiling, preventing you from expanding. Without strengthening your capacity to hold more, your desires will remain unfulfilled or slip away just when they begin to surface. One way to understand this better is to imagine your emotional capacity as a container. The size of that container is determined by your core beliefs about yourself. How much you believe you deserve, how safe you feel taking risks, how much love and worth you accept. If the container is small, even small wins create overwhelm, and bigger desires spill over or evaporate. If you want to grow your container, you need to work on your internal beliefs and self-trust, not just your external goals. A practical step is to examine one desire you have and honestly ask, if I got it today, how would I feel? Would it feel like relief, excitement, worry, or disbelief? Then ask, given how I feel now, what internal shifts would I need to feel genuinely deserving and capable? Sometimes, just rephrasing your desire from I want a big income to I want to feel confident, worthy, and at ease with more money shifts your focus from external attainment to internal preparedness. When your emotional capacity lines up with your desires, they no longer feel like distant dreams. They become your natural state. This exercise is about honesty, not judgment. It's about uncovering the real stories you tell yourself inside, those subconscious beliefs that either open the door or slam it shut. The more you clear the emotional blocks and expand your inner capacity, the more aligned your outer reality becomes. Desires are simply signals of what's possible. Emotional capacity is what makes that possibility sustainable and real. Keep track of your feelings as you move forward. This connection is the true key to attracting what you truly want. Chapter 3: Emotional Frequency, the Chemistry of Wealth or Lack. Emotions as colors, frequencies, signatures. Your emotions are far more than fleeting feelings. They resonate like colors in a spectrum, each with its own unique frequency and signature. Every emotion you experience sends out a vibration that influences your surroundings, your relationships, and ultimately, your path to wealth. When you feel joy, that emotion radiates warmth and vibrancy, while fear can dim your internal light, creating an energy that repels opportunity. Understanding this dynamic is key to transforming your financial reality. Impact of chronic stress on financial contraction. Chronic stress roots itself deep in the nervous system, quietly tightening the grip on how we approach money. When your body is trapped in a state of constant alert, it signals scarcity before reason gets a chance to weigh in. Imagine your nervous system as a gatekeeper that determines how safe you feel to pursue opportunities. With stress in charge, that gate slams shut, blocking possibilities and shrinking your financial horizon. You might work harder and longer, yet the sense of contraction remains, a hidden force beneath your efforts that keeps success just out of reach. This isn't about simple bad luck or poor decisions. It's about the body's chemistry and emotional habits locking you into survival mode. Stress floods the brain with cortisol and adrenaline, which are great for short bursts of energy but damaging when they persist. Over time, high stress rewires your brain to expect hardship, coloring every financial choice with fear. You start to pull back from risks, second-guess your instincts, and avoid actions that could expand your wealth. The energy you send out is tight, defensive, and closed off, and the world responds by offering smaller returns and fewer opportunities. Stress distorts the way your internal financial ceiling is set. Science shows the nervous system influences what you unconsciously believe you can earn or keep. When trapped in chronic stress, your system defaults to a lower limit, not because you lack ability, but because your body perceives abundance as dangerous. It interprets growth and wealth as threats rather than rewards. That's why no amount of budgeting or job hunting can bridge this invisible gap. Your body is programmed to contract, not expand. When stress becomes a constant companion, you enter a loop that reinforces financial shrinkage. Anxiety about money feeds stress hormones, which in turn narrow your perspective and reduce your ability to think creatively or take bold steps. Your nervous system remembers every setback, every moment when you felt unsafe, turning those memories into emotional checkpoints. This means the stress isn't just about current financial challenges. It's about every past experience where you felt small, powerless, or rejected. This cycle traps you in emotional feedback that feels familiar but keeps you stuck. You might find yourself avoiding checking your bank balance, skipping opportunities to ask for a raise, or feeling paralyzed at the thought of investing. Each time, your body recognizes those behaviors as safe, reinforcing a pattern of contraction. This pattern convinces your mind that expanding financial boundaries is risky, and thus it pushes you to retreat instead. Such emotional loops only deepen the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Financial contraction isn't external, it's a mirror of your internal state. Your self-talk becomes limited, your dreams start to feel inaccessible, and your actions shrink accordingly. The nervous system's message is clear: play small, stay safe, and don't rock the boat. Financial decisions rely not just on logic, but on intuition, that inner sense of timing and opportunity. Chronic stress blunts this intuitive edge, making you doubt your choices or miss signs of change. This dulling happens because the brain's prefrontal cortex, responsible for planning and calm, clear thinking, gets overwhelmed by stress signals. When your nervous system is weighed down by constant alertness, your mind struggles to shift from reactive survival mode to proactive creation mode. The result is hesitation and confusion disguised as caution. You may hesitate to negotiate, postpone financial moves, or ignore chances that require stepping into discomfort. Every missed chance tightens financial contraction, reinforcing the belief that growth is unavailable or dangerous. The emotional exhaustion that accompanies stress exhausts your energy for financial growth, leaving you with a conflicted inner landscape filled with hope and fear. Painful as it is, this condition offers a signal. Your financial struggles aren't just external. They reflect an inside battle raging beneath the surface. When you silence the noise of chronic stress and regulate your emotions, you clear not only your mind, but also your energetic pathway to wealth. Learning to reset this system becomes the first true step toward expanding your financial capacity. Start by becoming aware of your body's stress signals during money-related moments. Notice tension in your chest, shallow breathing, or the urge to avoid financial conversations. When you feel that constriction, try a simple practice. Breathe slowly and deeply for several minutes, allowing your nervous system to calm. This small shift sends a message that danger has passed and it's safe to let go. Over time, this rewires nervous system patterns, giving you access to a wider bandwidth of financial possibility. As your stress lowers, you'll likely feel more clarity and courage to make decisions without hesitation. Trust this process. It's the energetic work that primes your financial environment for growth. Awareness and calm are the first acts of rebellion against the old patterns that keep money locked away. Through this, you reclaim a part of yourself that knows abundance isn't just possible. It's waiting for you to open your hands and receive it. Neuroscience of nervous system and financial ceiling. Our nervous system functions as the control center for how we experience the world and ourselves. It filters and processes every emotion, thought, and sensation, shaping the energetic blueprint from which our reality is built. When your nervous system is overwhelmed or dysregulated, it creates invisible boundaries, limits that keep you confined within a certain level of wealth or success. These boundaries aren't just psychological. They are wired deep into your biological makeup, influencing how much abundance you can comfortably hold or attract. Think of your nervous system as a thermostat that regulates your emotional and energetic temperature. When it's set too low due to past trauma, stress, or negative beliefs, it quietly prevents you from experiencing greater wealth. You unconsciously sabotage your efforts or accept less, because your nervous system interprets abundance as unsafe or threatening. This is why someone who works harder and thinks positively might still hit an invisible ceiling. They haven't rewired their internal wiring to match a higher level of prosperity. Neuroscience shows us that our beliefs and emotional states are literally stored in the brain and nervous system patterns. When we experience repeated stress or trauma, neural pathways strengthen around states of scarcity, fear, shame, or helplessness. These patterns become default modes that unconsciously trigger us to withdraw, undercharge, or self-sabotage when success approaches. It's as if the nervous system resists expansion because it perceives change as danger, even when the mind consciously desires growth. Understanding this helps you realize that breaking your financial ceiling requires more than thinking positive or setting goals. You must reprogram your nervous system so that safety and abundance feel like natural states. This involves calming the nervous system through practices that lower stress, like breath work, meditation, or gentle movement. When your nervous system is calm, your subconscious no longer perceives wealth as a threat, but as a safe, familiar part of your identity. One practical step involves observing your body's reactions during moments of stress or fear around money. Notice if your chest tightens, your stomach knots, or your agitation heightens when thinking about your financial future. These signals point to nervous system activation that keeps you stuck. Learning to regulate these responses in real time by slowing your breath, grounding yourself, or redirecting your thoughts can gradually expand your comfort zone. Over time, this rewires the pathways, making higher levels of wealth feel less like a gamble and more like a part of who you are. Chapter 4: Scarcity Imprinting. How you learned to fear wealth. Childhood moments of stress, conflict, shame around money. Early experiences around money shape our emotional landscape in profound ways. Imagine growing up in a household where money was a constant source of tension. Every time a bill arrived or a financial decision needed to be made, the air thickened with anxiety. Children pick up on these sentiments, absorbing them like sponges. They learn to associate money with stress, conflict, and even shame, creating an emotional framework that follows them into adulthood. Moments when parents argued over finances or when a parent expressed regret over spending can sow seeds of fear deep into a child's psyche, embedding scars that can last a lifetime. This emotional backdrop becomes a blueprint, influencing how we perceive wealth and our right to it. A child who witnessed a parent struggle to make ends meet may grow up believing that money is something to be feared or avoided. The sense of scarcity doesn't stem from a lack of resources, but from an emotional imprint left by those formative moments. It's not just about the money. It's about the feelings and beliefs that twist our perception of it. Scarcity becomes a deeply held belief, often not recognized until it manifests in adult life as self-sabotage or chronic anxiety around financial success. As adults, we often react to opportunities from this trauma rather than from a place of abundance. A chance encounter that could lead to a lucrative business deal may be met with overwhelming feelings of unworthiness. The voices of our childhood, the ones that whispered we weren't enough or that money equated to conflict, continue to echo in our minds. These childhood imprints deliberately shape our beliefs and emotional responses to wealth, creating self-fulfilling cycles of limitation. Each time we feel that familiar churn in our stomach over money matters, we reinforce those early messages. Recognizing this pattern is not always easy, as these beliefs have become part of our internal dialogue. Understanding the circumstances that fostered these beliefs is crucial, allowing us to untangle the complicated relationship we have with money. This journey toward recognizing the influence of our childhood on our financial behaviors can be a path to healing and empowerment. To begin this transformative process, consider journaling about your earliest money memories. Bring to mind specific instances where money felt like a source of conflict or shame. Write down your thoughts and feelings associated with those experiences. This reflective practice can help illuminate the internal narratives you carry, enabling you to shift your relationship with wealth moving forward. Recognizing that your childhood experiences do not define your potential for abundance is the first step in reclaiming your financial narrative. Formation of scarcity identity before adulthood. Money, in many homes, is far from a neutral topic. For a child, it often carries a weight heavier than its dollar value. Imagine overhearing parents arguing late into the night about bills, feeling the tension thicken the air, sensing that money means fear, stress, or even danger. Or witnessing frustration and shame when a paycheck doesn't stretch far enough to cover basic needs. These moments become emotional bookmarks in a child's mind, equating money with struggle, insufficiency, or conflict. Children don't process these incidents logically, they absorb them as emotional truths. When money triggers whispered fights, hollow promises, or sudden silence, it plants seeds of scarcity deep inside. The message is clear, even if unspoken. Money is scarce, unreliable, and something to fear. This wiring happens long before a child can understand interest rates or budgets, making it a raw, emotional imprint rather than a rational belief. These early experiences don't need to be dramatic to leave a mark. A subtle shift in tone during conversations about bills or possessions can be enough to shape how a child perceives wealth. For example, a parent's hesitant answer to a child's simple question, "Can we buy that?" or a distracted "no" when expenses pile up communicates more than words. It teaches a child that scarcity is normal, even inevitable. This is the silent foundation of the scarcity identity, built through everyday moments charged with tension or disappointment linked to money. Scarcity identity isn't formed by facts handed down, it's passed through feeling. It lives in the shadow language of emotions, a legacy carried on without spoken explanation. This emotional inheritance travels like an unseen current beneath family stories and behaviors. Adults may never say, "We live in a world of not enough," but their nervous systems, attitudes, and reactions broadcast this frequency to children like a silent code. Because these imprints establish themselves below conscious awareness, they become part of the internal weather that shapes how a person feels about money throughout life. This is why people often resist abundance even when it appears within reach. They are wired to expect lack. The roots reach back to those early days when safety and survival seemed linked to financial worry. Scarcity becomes a filter, coloring all future experiences and decisions, quietly steering behavior in ways that sabotage success. This process is neither blame nor failure, it is survival. The nervous system's goal is always safety, and when the first messages about money came wrapped in anxiety or danger, the body and mind responded by locking down. The emotional patterns inherited in childhood set a baseline for what feels possible, safe, or allowed. Without awareness, these patterns replay as inner critics, self-doubt, or invisible barriers that keep wealth at arm's length. To recognize these inherited feelings is to begin seeing the invisible script that runs beneath your financial story. They surface in gut reactions to spending, vague discomfort around abundance, or automatic beliefs about what money means. Noticing these patterns today opens a door to rewriting what was once an unquestioned truth, freeing you from the weight of scarcity passed down long before adulthood. Inheritance of generational beliefs and emotional programming. Many of the beliefs about money and wealth that shape our lives are not even genuinely ours. They are echoes of stories, fears, and messages passed down through generations. These patterns are often buried deep in our subconscious, etched into us before we even had the vocabulary to understand them. We absorb these emotional imprints like a sponge, soaking up the water around us, without question or resistance. Over time, they become part of our identity, influencing how we view ourselves and the world's abundance or scarcity. From a young age, many of us hear words that reinforce scarcity or fear of losing everything. Perhaps our parents expressed worry over bills, warned us about debt, or shared stories of struggle and hardship. These stories create an emotional blueprint that becomes our default way of seeing money. Even if we consciously decide to pursue wealth, these inherited emotional patterns subtly sabotage our efforts. They whisper that we're not meant to have too much, or that wealth will bring trouble or judgment. These beliefs stick around, shaping our reactions more than we realize, long after the original stories have been forgotten. What's more, these inherited fears and beliefs don't stay confined to words. They live in our nervous systems. They manifest as feelings of anxiety, shame, or guilt whenever we think about money. These emotions become habitual, wiring us into a particular way of reacting. If money was associated with stress in your family, your nervous system might automatically tighten at the thought of increasing wealth. The body remembers the emotional charge of past traumas, like shame from not measuring up or fear of losing what little you had, and uses those impressions to block access to abundance. Because the unconscious mind perceives these patterns as protective, changing them requires going beyond logic and tapping into their emotional roots. Unhealed generational fears often develop into narratives that keep us stuck. For instance, if your ancestors believed wealth was dangerous or reserved for the lucky few, that belief becomes embedded in your subconscious. Over time, it shapes how you see your own potential. You may unconsciously believe that wealth is out of reach or that you don't deserve it. These narratives are relentless because they are rooted in deep emotional truths, not just surface beliefs. They seem invisible, yet they rule much of our behavior, leading us to sabotage money efforts, settle for less, or shy away from opportunities that could transform our lives. It's crucial to realize that these inherited patterns are not your fault. They are not just your personal choices, but echoes of your ancestors' fears and unresolved wounds. Recognizing this is the first step toward breaking free. Instead of blaming yourself for these old beliefs, understand that they were passed on with love, even if they resulted in pain or limitation. The next step is to identify these emotional imprints and begin to shift them consciously. Write down your earliest memory involving money. Notice how it made you feel and what story you adopted from it. Often, healing begins when we acknowledge the emotional truth behind these inherited beliefs, giving ourselves permission to release what no longer serves and rewrite the narrative of abundance. Chapter 5: Internal Poverty, the Invisible Enemy of Abundance. Understanding poverty identity as a psychological state. Poverty identity is a psychological trap that many find themselves in without even recognizing it. It is not just about what we see in our bank accounts, but about how we perceive ourselves in relation to wealth. This perception shapes our beliefs, thoughts, and ultimately, our actions. If you believe you are not worthy of wealth, that belief will manifest in how you handle money. It creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where your internal state directly affects your external reality. The way you feel about money, often rooted in deep-seated emotions and experiences from childhood, crafts a narrative that can limit your capacity to receive abundance. Our beliefs about worthiness and success often originate from formative experiences. Perhaps it was a parent who stressed the importance of frugality or a moment where you felt ashamed of asking for help. These moments embed themselves in your psyche, acting as invisible chains that keep you anchored in a state of scarcity. This poverty identity becomes an emotional landscape from which you operate, making it difficult to shift into a mindset that embraces abundance. You might see opportunities but feel out of place when you reach for them, trapped by beliefs that whisper, "You don't belong here." To truly understand how these emotions affect you, consider the moments when you feel small or insignificant in the presence of others. You might find yourself fading into the background, believing that your contributions aren't worthy of recognition. This shrinking behavior is a direct reflection of your internal poverty identity at work, actively pushing wealth and abundance away from you. Recognizing these patterns is crucial because it allows you the chance to practice self-compassion. You can start rewriting your internal narrative, replacing feelings of guilt and shame with affirmation and belief in your worth. By doing so, you open yourself up to a broader emotional landscape where abundance can manifest not just as a concept, but as a lived experience. Next time you catch yourself feeling undeserving or shying away from claiming your achievements, pause and recalibrate. Ask yourself what beliefs are at play in that moment. Becoming aware of these feelings is the first step toward breaking the cycle of poverty identity. Remember that wealth isn't just about financial gain. It's also about the emotional state you cultivate. Aim to foster a sense of worthiness within yourself and watch how it begins to influence your external circumstances. Emotional habits: apologizing, undercharging, shrinking. There is a hidden power in the way you carry yourself every day, the messages you send without words, the subtle patterns of behavior that shape how the world responds to you. Among the most quietly destructive are the emotional habits of apologizing, undercharging, and shrinking. These behaviors don't just sap your confidence, they drain your energetic capacity for abundance. When you apologize for your presence, your time, or your worth, you collapse your energy inward. Every unnecessary sorry humbles your radiant signal, shrinking your aura and dimming the brightness that could attract opportunities and wealth. Undercharging is another signal that says, "I am less valuable." When you sell your time, services, or ideas for less than they deserve, you reinforce a belief buried deep in your nervous system that you don't deserve more. This isn't about the price itself. It's about the emotional message you carry. It's the quiet story you tell yourself that you are not enough and that your contribution is somehow less important than others. Shrinking, the urge to make yourself smaller in presence or voice, closes the space around you. You reduce your demands on the world, hoping not to disturb or draw attention. This habit is often so automatic that you don't notice it. Your posture tightens, your words soften, and your energy contracts before anyone even speaks. These three habits often intertwine, creating a feedback loop where apologizing leads to undercharging, which leads to shrinking, all driven by an undercurrent of internal poverty. They frame how you show up in every conversation and negotiation, silently steering outcomes away from what you actually desire. Every moment you apologize unnecessarily, charge less than you're worth, or shrink your energy, you send a message to your own nervous system. Abundance isn't safe, it's not yours, and you must protect yourself by minimizing your reach. This pattern keeps you tethered to a smaller version of yourself, one that wealth can't recognize or respond to. Guilt and shame are the acidic currents that erode your energetic foundation. They live in the shadow spaces beneath your awareness and shape how you perceive your worth and place in the world. Guilt whispers that you have done something wrong or taken more than your share, while shame declares that you are fundamentally flawed or unworthy. These feelings collapse your self-trust and create an invisible void inside you, a gap that no amount of external success can fill. This void distorts your emotional frequency, turning what should be radiant confidence into something tight, nervous, and hesitant. When you carry shame and guilt, your energy movements become defensive. You instinctively pull back from abundance because it feels like a risk, a spotlight that might expose your not-enoughness. This energetic withdrawal does not go unnoticed by the world. Opportunities, financial prospects, and connections respond to the subtle cues of hesitation and inner contraction. Rather than being drawn toward you, they bounce off the edges of your aura like stones skipping on water. The cycle repeats because wealth only responds to permission, and these emotional burdens act like invisible no-entry signs barring the way. Notice how this energetic void can make you overgive, not from genuine generosity, but from a desperate attempt to earn approval and belong. Apologies become bargaining chips traded for acceptance. Undercharging transforms into self-punishment disguised as kindness to others. Shrinking morphs into invisibility, cloaks you wear to avoid the penetrating gaze of judgment. Each behavior feeds the scarcity story and deepens the emptiness. The key is recognizing that these shadows are emotional habits, not your truth. They are patterns etched into your survival wiring, waiting to be rewritten by conscious attention and bold self-recognition. When you catch yourself stepping into these habits, pause and ask what emotion is driving you. Is it fear of rejection? The need to be liked? The assumption that your worth must be earned through diminishment? Only by naming these feelings can you begin to shift your frequency. Start small, a moment without apology, a price set without hesitation, a breath taken in your full size, and watch how the energy changes around you. You don't have to wait for permission to own your space or claim your worth. Your nervous system just needs the signal that abundance is a safe place to land. Guilt and shame as self-worth collapsers. Guilt and shame are being used as silent wrecking balls to your sense of worth, slowly tearing down the foundation of confidence you might try to build. They're not loud or obvious. Instead, they seep into your subconscious, whispering that you're not enough, that you don't deserve abundance or success. Over time, these feelings embed themselves deeply in your mind, creating a quiet sense that you are inherently unworthy, no matter how much you achieve or wish for wealth. This internal voice keeps reminding you that your mistakes, your flaws, and even your very existence are somehow wrong, unclean, or shameful, sabotaging your ability to fully accept yourself or to believe you can attract prosperity. These emotions are more than fleeting feelings. They are energy patterns that influence your entire being. Guilt and shame shape your nervous system, creating physical and emotional habits that confirm your unworthiness. When you carry shame, your posture, your voice, your facial expression unknowingly broadcast a message of defectiveness. When guilt dominates, your mind becomes fixated on past failures, mistakes, and the feeling that you owe something, either apologies or penance, that keeps your frequency depressed. Both emotions act like emotional barricades, blocking your natural flow of abundance because you unconsciously tell yourself you don't deserve it. You might hide your desires, shy away from opportunities, or push away connections, all driven by the belief that somehow you are undeserving of good things. Recognizing the role guilt and shame play in your life is the first crucial step. They often operate behind the scenes, disguised as modesty or humility, but in truth, they serve to diminish your self-worth. Do you secretly feel that success is not for someone like you? Do you catch yourself apologizing excessively, shrinking when attention is on you, or avoiding praise? These are signs that guilt and shame have become internal barriers, collapsing your sense of your own value. They tell your subconscious that stepping into wealth or abundance is wrong or dangerous. This deeply ingrained belief system surfaces in everyday moments: how you see yourself, how you take up space, and how freely you accept the good you truly desire. To begin dismantling these emotional barriers, pay close attention to your inner dialogue around mistakes and success. Notice if you often judge yourself harshly or recoil when you get compliments. Acknowledge where shame and guilt originate, perhaps from childhood memories, past failures, or societal conditioning. Allow yourself to get curious about these feelings without shame. They are not the enemy, but signs pointing to deeper beliefs that need healing. When guilt and shame lose their power, so does their ability to block your self-worth. Suddenly, you start to see opportunities and abundance as deserved rather than earned or owed. Clarity emerges when you stop punishing yourself emotionally and start treating yourself with love and acceptance. One practical step is to identify an emotional trigger related to guilt or shame today. It could be a moment you find yourself shrinking from praise, avoiding responsibility, or feeling unworthy of support. Notice what thought or belief triggered that feeling. Just observe without judgment. Then remind yourself that your worth is not tied to any mistake or shortcoming. Repeating a simple affirmation like, "I am worthy of abundance exactly as I am," can reinforce a new truth in your subconscious. Guilt and shame only hold sway when we keep them hidden or ignored. Bringing awareness to them allows you to release their grip and build a new, compassionate self-image, one that welcomes wealth as your natural birthright. Chapter 6. Misalignment. When your mouth says success, but your aura says fear. Contradictions between words and energy. Many of us claim to want success, financial freedom, or loving relationships. Yet there's a disconnect between what we say and what we truly feel. This gap often stems from deep-seated fears and beliefs that manifest in self-sabotaging behaviors. For instance, you might find yourself expressing a desire for a promotion while simultaneously avoiding opportunities that showcase your talents. These contradictions create a disconnect that can be frustrating and exhausting, leading to a cycle of unmet desires and hidden fears. At the root of this mismatch is our emotional landscape. When we talk about our aspirations but are riddled with doubt or insecurity, our words lose their power. Instead of aligning our energy with our desires, we project an aura of fear and uncertainty. This negative energy counteracts our spoken intentions, as if our body is saying, "I want this," while our mind whispers, "But I'm not worthy." Understanding this emotional disconnect is crucial. It allows us to uncover hidden fears that keep us from experiencing the success we claim to desire. Identifying these internal contradictions requires brutal honesty. Take a moment to reflect on what you say you want versus what you genuinely believe you deserve. Ask yourself crucial questions. Do I fear the attention success brings? Am I worried about the responsibility associated with wealth? Recognizing these fears is the first step toward alignment. Once you identify them, you can confront and reframe your beliefs. This process is not just about changing your thoughts. It's about transforming your emotional state. You can do this by visualizing success and embracing the feelings that come with it. Picture yourself in that promotion or thriving relationship and pay attention to the sensations in your body. This practice helps align your energy with your true intentions. Many individuals find it helpful to write down their aspirations alongside their fears. This exercise creates a visual representation of the conflicting energies at play. Once laid out, you can start to address each fear, challenging its validity and recognizing how it has shaped your reality. By doing so, you reclaim your power and reinforce your ability to manifest your desires. For example, if you fear being judged for your success, remind yourself that your achievements do not rely on others' approval. They are a testament to your worth and effort. Aligning your energy with your intentions is a continual process. It requires you to tune into your emotional state regularly, adjusting your approach whenever misalignment occurs. Practicing mindfulness can be incredibly useful here. Whenever you feel a contradiction arise, pause and check in with yourself. What emotions surface? What old narratives are influencing your feelings? By acknowledging and addressing these aspects, you nurture an energy that resonates with your true desires. Understanding the contradiction between your words and your energy can be liberating. It transforms frustration into understanding and opens up pathways for authentic manifestation. When you genuinely align your energy with your spoken intentions, you become an attractive force for the very things you seek. Remember, the journey to congruence isn't always easy, but seeking that alignment is ultimately a rewarding endeavor. As a final tip, keep a daily journal to track your aspirations and feelings. This simple practice will illuminate patterns over time and provide insights into the energy you project into the world. Embracing both your desires and fears is a powerful step toward attracting the wealth and success that resonate with your true self. Why affirmations fail without emotional resonance. There's a common trap in the world of self-improvement that many fall into. Repeating affirmations like a mantra, believing that just saying the right words will shape our reality. But saying, "I am wealthy," over and over doesn't magically summon money. The problem is not the words themselves. It's the emotional undercurrent beneath those words. When your heart and mind don't align with what you say, your subconscious picks up on this dissonance and sends conflicting signals to the universe and yourself. You can boldly claim you want success, but if a flicker of fear, doubt, or shame lies quietly underneath, it hijacks your entire energetic message. Imagine standing on a stage and telling the crowd you are confident while inside your body trembles with anxiety. People don't just hear your words, they feel your energy. This emotional misalignment creates a powerful block. The nervous system, trained over years to protect you, senses risk and resistance in your emotional tone and keeps you stuck in survival mode. Your affirmations become empty echoes that bounce off an invisible barrier built by unresolved fears beneath the surface. When your emotional state contradicts what you vocalize, you aren't bridging a gap, you're widening it. Your brain gets stuck in overdrive from the conflict, and your body resists acting on goals that feel unsafe. This inner fight between what you say and what you feel leaks out in subtle ways. Hesitation, procrastination, self-sabotage. The deeper emotional story you tell yourself carries more weight than any rehearsed statement ever could. The first step to closing this gap is honesty. It means naming the feelings that don't match your spoken words. Are you saying you want abundance, but secretly fear the responsibility that comes with it? Do you crave recognition, but dread the attention judgment brings? These emotional contradictions cause what looks like failure or stalling, but really it's a sign that your inner world is not ready to follow the script your mouth reads aloud. Finding this dissonance requires silence and self-observation. Notice where your body tightens when you say your affirmations. What emotions rise up? Shame, fear, anger? Instead of pushing these feelings away, invite them in. They are signals guiding you towards sections of your identity that are fractured or fragile. Once identified, you can begin to gently rewrite this emotional narrative. To dissolve this disconnect, focus on aligning your feelings with your words, even if it means starting small. Instead of insisting, "I am already wealthy," try acknowledging the truth beneath it. "I am learning to feel safe with money." This subtle shift cracks open space for your nervous system to accept new truths and relax into growth. Real change requires your nervous system to believe it is safe to succeed, not just your mind. Affirmations aren't magic spells. They are invitations that require emotional commitment, an energetic handshake between what you say and what you feel. Look for moments where your behavior tells a different story than your affirmations. Maybe you say you want clients, but avoid networking. Or you claim to deserve abundance, but undercharge for your work. These actions expose where the energetic fractures lie. They provide a roadmap. When you take steps to align your feelings with your actions and words, you transform your entire energetic field. Success starts resonating because you're no longer signaling fear disguised as hope. You become a clear, coherent signal that the world and your own mind can trust. Action-thought discrepancies and practical identification. People often believe they want financial freedom, abundance, or success, Yet their actions and thoughts don't tell the same story. They talk about wanting wealth, but something inside stops them from truly stepping into it. Maybe they tell themselves they're ready, but their behavior reveals fear and uncertainty. It's as if there's a silent war happening. What they say they want versus what their subconscious actually believes and acts upon. Recognizing this mismatch is the first step toward changing it. Most of us are walking around unaware of how deeply our actions betray our inner truth. For example, someone might set ambitious financial goals, but then subconsciously avoid investing, asking for raises, or promoting themselves. It's not that they don't want success. It's that parts of them still believe they don't deserve it or are afraid of what might come with it. The subconscious mind operates on patterns and beliefs formed long before we even remember. These patterns drive choices in the moment, often without our awareness, creating a disconnect between what we desire and what we actually do. One clear way to spot action-thought discrepancies is to pay close attention to your emotions during key moments. When you think about making a big move, asking for a raise, or launching a new project, notice what feelings come up. Are you excited, or do you feel anxious, overwhelmed, or fearful? If your thoughts say one thing, but your feelings scream another, that's a sign of misalignment. For instance, someone might affirm, "I am worthy of wealth," but internally they feel unworthy, anxious, or guilty, a contradiction reflected in their actions. They might avoid opportunities or sabotage their efforts, unknowingly living out their own doubts. Practically, you can start identifying these discrepancies by observing your own behavior over the course of a day. When opportunity knocks or motivation strikes, do you act immediately and confidently? Or do you hesitate, make excuses, or procrastinate? Notice patterns. If you find yourself repeatedly postponing or sabotaging efforts aligned with your goals, you're likely experiencing a disconnect between your conscious desires and subconscious beliefs. Journaling can help illuminate this. Write down what you say you want. Then honestly assess what your actions say about what you believe is possible or safe for you. An example might be someone who says they want financial independence, but consistently undercharges or accepts less than they deserve. Their conscious mind may believe in abundance, yet their actions reinforce scarcity. This occurs because subconscious fears, like fear of losing control, being judged, or failing, are running the show. Recognizing these internal conflicts through honest awareness is crucial. It's not about blaming yourself, but rather seeing where your energy is misaligned, giving you clarity about where change must begin. Another way to spot these discrepancies involves cues from the environment. Notice how strangers or even friends react around you. Do people seem drawn to your energy and want to connect? Or do they seem hesitant, distant, or uncomfortable? Sometimes the energy you project silently says more than words ever could. For example, if you want a new relationship but walk into a room feeling insecure and closed off, others will pick up on that, and your actions will mirror that energetic signal. How you carry yourself, your body language, your tone, these all reveal internal truths that may contradict your spoken intentions. Becoming aware of these mismatches is more than a mental exercise. It's about feeling your way into what's really happening beneath the surface. Ask yourself, when I think about wealth, what emotions come up? Fear, shame, guilt, or relief, or hope? These emotional signals are clues about where your true energy is aligned or misaligned. When your inner state is clear, your actions naturally follow suit. When it's clouded or conflicted, your behavior may seem inconsistent or counterproductive. Start paying attention today. Make a habit of noticing your internal reactions when money, success, or opportunities come into your awareness. Write down moments where your actions and thoughts aren't in sync. Over time, these observations will reveal patterns rooted in beliefs and feelings. Changing these requires honesty and courage, acknowledging the parts of you that secretly resist abundance or feel unworthy. Once you see the discrepancy clearly, you can begin to align your thoughts and feelings so your actions flow naturally toward prosperity. Remember, to attract wealth, your entire energy system must be speaking the same language, your thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and actions working together. Balancing these creates a magnetic field that pulls opportunities toward you, rather than repelling them through internal dissonance. The first step is simple but powerful. Observe yourself without judgment. Notice where your actions betray your words. That awareness is the bridge to genuine alignment, and once you cross it, the discrepancy dissolves, paving the way for true abundance to flow. Chapter 7. Congruence, the secret behavior of naturally wealthy people. Calm certainty as a wealth signal. Calm certainty radiates an energy that effortlessly fills a room. Consider a person who walks through the crowd with an unshakable poise. They don't shout their worth. Rather, they embody it. This type of quiet confidence becomes an unspoken invitation. To others, it whispers that the individual is grounded and self-assured, which in turn creates an atmosphere ripe for connection, collaboration, and opportunity. It's the difference between someone who anxiously fidgets during a conversation and another who sits back, relaxed, waiting for life's next opportunity to come knocking. This magnetic quality is more than just charisma. It's a state of being that tells the world, I am enough, and I know it. This sense of calm certainty doesn't simply attract wealth, it establishes a resonance with it. Wealth favors those whose emotional states align with prosperity. When you approach life from a grounded place, you eliminate the dissonance created by fear and doubt. You act from a position of strength, making decisions that reflect abundance rather than fear. People naturally want to be around these individuals. They sense a safe harbor in their presence, an oasis where they, too, can feel secure and valued. This isn't wholly conscious. It's a primal response, a recognition that in this field of calm, possibilities multiply. Cultivating calm certainty begins with self-awareness. Notice the moments when anxiety creeps in. Ask yourself why. Is it fear of judgment, lack of trust in your abilities, or a past experience coloring your present? Start by acknowledging these feelings without letting them define you. Ground yourself in the reality that emotions are temporary visitors. Allow them to pass through, but do not invite them to stay. In daily practice, aim to incorporate routines that foster inner peace. Mindfulness is one tool at your disposal. This could be meditation, breath work, or simply taking a moment to be present amidst chaos. Each time you reconnect with your breath, you reinforce your steady, calm state. As you do this, visualize wealth as a natural extension of your state of being, not a distant goal to chase. Feel the alignment between calmness and abundance in your bones. This shift in perspective changes how you relate to money and opportunities. Start small. Turn moments of anxiety into opportunities for reconnection. Another way to embody calm certainty is through the language you use, both internally and externally. Instead of saying, I hope I can manage this, switch to I am capable of handling this. Repeating positive affirmations imbues them with emotional authenticity when you truly believe them. Surrounding yourself with supportive people also plays a critical role. Choose friends and collaborators who reflect your need for support, who bolster your sense of certainty instead of sapping it. The energy around you directly influences the energy within you. Building an ecosystem of encouragement will only deepen your already developing calmness. In nurturing calm certainty as a wealth signal, you are not just changing what you attract. You are transforming how you experience life. This inner shift aligns your energy with what you truly deserve, ushering in prosperity with grace and ease. Each decision, action, and thought crowning your day becomes a note in the symphony of abundance. Aligning thoughts, emotions, and actions. People often say they want abundance, success, or growth, yet their daily behavior doesn't reflect those words. This disconnect is not a coincidence, but a signal from deep within, where thoughts and emotions betray true feelings. When you say you want wealth but feel unworthy or scared beneath the surface, your actions start to wobble like a house built on shaky ground. You might push forward for a minute, then freeze, procrastinate, or self-sabotage in subtle ways, canceling meetings, avoiding payments, or undercharging clients. The mind can lie with confident statements, but the emotional body carries a different story if it's riddled with doubt, fear, or shame. Look closely at how you talk to yourself when no one is listening. Do your thoughts boost your prospects, or do they whisper caution and pessimism? Are your feelings aligned with the success you say you want, or do they anchor you to old patterns of scarcity and hesitation? This internal conflict often creates what feels like invisible barriers, those moments where your intention is clear, but your energy sends a conflicting message. Behavior is never random. It is an expression of the deeper emotional and mental narratives you carry, often buried beneath conscious awareness. Recognizing these hidden patterns becomes the first step toward breaking free. These patterns look like tiny betrayals, the moments you settle for less, avoid tough conversations, or talk down your own worth. You may convince yourself you are aiming higher, but your nervous system betrays anxiety or unworthiness that blocks forward motion. It's like driving with one foot on the accelerator and the other on the brake. Without honest reflection on these internal contradictions, no amount of willpower will create lasting change. Your outward declarations become hollow echoes in a room filled with your own resistance. Alignment is more than a buzzword. It's a ruthless commitment to clear the noise inside and make your inner world a true reflection of your outer world. The process demands a fierce kind of honesty where you question not only what you want, but whether your mind, heart, and hands are actually moving toward that goal in tandem. When thoughts, emotions, and actions collide, confusion and frustration rise. When they flow together, the energy you send out is magnetic, undeniable, and impossible to ignore. That unity is the foundation for building real wealth beyond bank balances or status symbols. Start by noticing the friction points between what you think you should do, how you feel about it, and what you actually do. These cracks are clues. Once spotted, create small rituals that reinforce alignment. This could be a morning check-in where you name your intention and honestly gauge your feelings about it. Maybe it's pausing before responding to a challenging situation, noticing your emotional reaction, then choosing a response that supports your true desire. Or it might mean writing down limiting beliefs as they come up and actively reframing them into empowering statements, then backing those words with tangible, consistent action. Consistency is what solidifies alignment. It's less about momentary inspiration and more about daily commitment. This means cutting through excuses and owning your energy fully. How you think about money, how you feel about risk, how you show up in your life's work. Each aligned thought sparks an emotion that fuels action, and each aligned action rewires your confidence for the next step. Over time, this creates a feedback loop where your entire being is tuned like a finely crafted instrument, playing the song of your success without internal discord or hesitation. A practical way to test your level of alignment is to audit your day with brutal honesty. Observe where your actions betray your stated goals. Did you hold back in a way that protected old fears? Did you speak out of fear or excitement? This practice sharpens your awareness and uncovers the hidden stories that need transformation. From here, choose one small but meaningful action that aligns with your truest self and commit to it deeply, no questions asked. Practicing congruence, identifying out-of-alignment habits. Many of us carry deeply rooted habits driven by fear, doubt, or old stories about ourselves and money. These patterns are often invisible, yet they have a powerful pull on how we behave, think, and feel, pushing us further from the abundance we desire. For example, you might find yourself secretly apologizing for asking for a raise or undercharging because you believe you don't deserve more. These small acts seem harmless, but they are clues that your inner world isn't matching your outward desires. Recognizing these habits requires honesty, looking at the sneaky ways your subconscious sabotages your progress without you even realizing it. Out-of-alignment habits are often born from contradictions. Perhaps you tell yourself you want wealth and success, but secretly associate money with stress or danger. Maybe you celebrate others' achievements, but then discount your own worth when it's your turn. These contradictions create energetic tension, like a car with the brakes on. To move forward, you need to identify these habits, those subconscious behaviors fueled by fear of judgment, failure, or inadequacy, and understand how they pull you out of alignment with your genuine potential. Only then can you consciously choose to release them and step into a more authentic, wealth-attracting energy. One way to spot these habits is to observe your reactions in everyday moments. Notice the little signals, the way your voice might lower when discussing money, the hesitation before asking for help, or the tendency to settle for less than you deserve. Are you shrinking into yourself or enlarging your presence? Are your actions consistent with your stated goals? These clues are often woven into your daily patterns and reflect your true, often unspoken beliefs. The more aware you become of these contradictions, the easier it is to catch yourself whenever you slip back into old habits that keep you stuck in scarcity or struggle. Practicing realignment involves patience and courage. It means being ruthlessly honest about the habits that limit you, those out-of-sync behaviors born from fear, shame, or learned scarcity, and intentionally choosing new ways. This isn't about guilt or self-criticism, but about a clear recognition that your habits shape your energetic broadcast. If you want a different financial reality, you have to start with your inner language and actions. Take note of when you catch yourself shrinking or resisting abundance, and gently, without judgment, choose to act differently. Affirm your worth, hold on to your desires, and practice behaviors that affirm your belief in your deservingness. Over time, these small acts will recalibrate your energy, aligning you with the abundance you are meant to attract. Chapter 8. Calm Power. Why Desperation Repels Prosperity. Story of overtrying in business or relationships. In a world where success often feels like a never-ending chase, many pour every ounce of energy into their business or relationships, believing that sheer effort will produce the desired results. They over-prepare, overanalyze, and overcommit, often losing sight of what truly matters. The weight of trying too hard can be suffocating. It transforms passion into pressure and enthusiasm into exhaustion, resulting in feelings of inadequacy and frustration. Ironically, the more they strive for connection or success, the more elusive it becomes, as if life is saying, "Not like this." Perfectionism is a psychological trap too many people fall into. They think that by executing every detail flawlessly, they'll finally be acknowledged, loved, or successful. This constant need to be perfect often comes from underlying fears of failure, rejection, or not being enough. When someone focuses excessively on ticking boxes or meeting expectations, they often forget to show their authentic selves. People may say all the right things in a pitch or create fantastic content, but if their energy radiates desperation or anxiety, the reception is cold. Others can instinctively sense that something is off, and they back away, reinforcing the very fears being battled against. Imagine a small business owner who pours all their energy into marketing, often sacrificing personal time and creative freedom for the sake of client satisfaction. Despite the hard work, They find themselves frustrated when potential customers don't respond to the promotions. This continuous effort to chase external validation creates a toxic cycle. Each setback reinforces the idea that success requires even more hustle, leading to spirals of negativity and self-doubt. Rather than attracting the connections they seek, they push away opportunities by creating an aura filled with anxiety and pressure. They must realize that relationships, like businesses, thrive on authenticity rather than overexertion. Your energy is your loudest communication tool. When you approach business opportunities or personal relationships from a place of neediness, that energy becomes palpable. People respond not just to your words, but to the frequency you emit. If someone walks in seeking connection but projects fear and desperation, it's only natural for others to hesitate, to second-guess their instincts. What they experience is a mismatch between the desire for connection and the emotional state that blocks it. It's essential to understand that overtrying often repels what you seek. Instead of attracting what you wish for, you might attract situations that validate your fears, relationships that mirror unworthiness, or business ventures that amplify the pressure. Letting go of the excessive need to control results can be one of the most liberating experiences. It starts with acknowledging that you are enough just as you are, without the trappings of success or perfection. Creating space for authenticity invites a natural flow of opportunities. When individuals stop overextending themselves in the pursuit of approval, they can start relating to others from a place of abundance. Inviting warmth and connection becomes effortless when there's no longer an agenda clouding the interaction. Emphasizing genuine relationships in business or romance often yields better results than any amount of strategic manipulation. Next time you're in a conversation, pause and confront how you feel. Are you trying too hard to impress, or are you being true to yourself? Notice your physical state. Is your body tense? Take a deep breath and consciously relax. Carrying the weight of expectation can be heavy, and recognizing that the world does not operate on the more effort equals more reward formula can be transformative. Strive to show up authentically, not only in words and actions, but also in the energy you project. Practice checking in with yourself during interactions to ensure you're not falling into the trap of overtrying. Psychology of desperation and scarcity of self. Desperation is a heavy energy that distorts everything it touches. When you feel desperate, you are broadcasting a sense of lack so loud and clear that it repels the very thing you crave, whether it's money, love, or opportunity. It's like shouting into a void, hoping someone will fill your empty cup, but that tension you radiate keeps pushing others away. This isn't about momentary stress or urgency. It's a deep, chronic state where fear of not having enough becomes your identity. Desperation squeezes your energy into narrow, frantic patterns, shutting down spaciousness and flow. Imagine trying to buy something with trembling hands and twitchy nerves. No one wants to trust or invest in that shaky signal. Your nervous system shifts into survival mode, flooding your body with stress hormones that cloud clarity and hamper decision-making. The result? You seize at opportunities out of fear, accept less than you deserve, and create a self-fulfilling prophecy of scarcity. People feel this energy unconsciously and recoil, leaving you stuck in a loop where chasing harder only intensifies the ache inside. Desperation doesn't just push people away, it also fractures your internal sense of worth. You begin to believe you are defined by what you don't have, that you are incomplete, broken, or not enough. This internal fracture acts like a crack in your energetic foundation, leaking confidence and attracting financial and emotional drought. The irony is that the more you cling to money or success out of desperation, the more you widen the gap between who you are and the wealthy self you need to become. Scarcity of self is a quiet, internal famine. It rises from early messages imprinted in childhood. the silent signals that whispered you were never quite enough. It might have been a parent's anxious talk about money running out or a household where wealth was stained with conflict and shame. These moments embed themselves deeply into the psyche, creating a blind spot around worth and abundance. The story your younger self absorbed wasn't about numbers or budgets. It was emotional. Money was danger, failure, or a battleground for love. This scarcity is not a logical belief, but a felt reality, woven into your nervous system's baseline. It lives in the way you hesitate to ask for a fair price, the guilt that creeps up when you think about your needs, or the shrinking you do in conversations about success. You carry these invisible wounds everywhere, like an unseen armor that feels protective but actually isolates you. When that scarcity of self is unhealed, your energy pulls anything abundant away because abundance requires spaciousness, confidence, and daring to claim more. At its core, scarcity of self is the belief that you must earn love, approval, or financial safety by grinding harder, shrinking smaller, or settling for less. This belief cuts you off from your own natural magnetism. Instead of attracting wealth effortlessly, you push people and opportunities away because your energy speaks a story of not enough before you say a word. Breaking free from this means first recognizing it as an emotional imprint rather than a personal failure. Your energy is a conversation with the world. Desperation and scarcity rewrite that conversation into a scarcity script loaded with tension, fear, and self-judgment. This script rewires your body and mind to expect crisis rather than flow. Spending becomes anxious, goals feel unachievable, and every success is shadowed by the fear it will vanish. The nervous system stays on high alert, waiting for disappointment or rejection to strike. This stress narrows your emotional bandwidth, shutting down creativity and intuitive guidance, the very tools you need to build wealth. When the scarcity of self dominates, your aura becomes dense and tight, as if guarded against some invisible threat. People sense this, reading your energy before your intentions. Instead of a calm confidence that invites trust, you emit worry and hesitancy. This subtle vibration makes others hesitate to engage deeply or offer opportunities. Even the best networking or pitches falter because the unspoken energy says, "I am not enough. I don't belong here." The disconnect between what you want and what you radiate can feel heartbreaking and maddening. But here is the ruthless truth. The energy you carry is the energy you create. Desperation and scarcity are not facts etched in stone, but emotional patterns ripe for transformation. When you spot the ways desperation drives your decisions and scarcity shapes your self-talk, you reclaim choice. Awareness is the first tremor that can crack this hardened ground and create space for a new story, one where you are whole, worthy, and magnetic to wealth without apology or struggle. Begin by catching moments when desperation creeps in, when you feel the urge to grab, plead, or rush because of fear. Pause and breathe into the discomfort rather than reacting. Notice what you tell yourself in those moments. Instead of pushing harder, try simply acknowledging that scarcity is showing up and making your energy tight. Then, gently remind yourself of times when you felt safe, enough, or abundant, even if they seem small or rare. This act of conscious witnessing loosens scarcity's grip by bringing unconscious patterns into light. From there, start small experiments in expressing your worth. Say your true price in a negotiation without discounting. Set boundaries that protect your energy instead of depleting it. Allow yourself to receive compliments and support without deflecting or shrinking. These steps aren't about forcing positivity, but about strengthening the energetic foundation beneath your desires. Over time, you rewrite the energetic broadcast from desperation to abundance, shifting from "I am not enough" to "I am ready to receive." Grounding exercise for emotional detachment. At its core, Grounding is about reconnecting with what is real, your body, your breath, the present moment. When your mind races with worries, attachments, or emotional chaos, grounding acts like an anchor, bringing you back to a place of steady control. It's not about suppressing feelings, but creating a safe space where emotions can cycle through without sweeping you away. Grounding builds resilience, giving you a quiet power that doesn't depend on external outcomes, but on your internal state. Without this foundation, emotional detachment becomes a struggle, turning into a roller coaster of reactive energy that keeps you stuck in cycles of stress and overwhelm. Many people chase external achievements, but neglect how their internal frequency shapes their experience. Grounding helps you observe your emotional waves instead of riding them blindly. It's the simple act of pausing, feeling your body, and anchoring your awareness into the present. Think of grounding as taking off the emotional armor and reconnecting to your core strength. That strength isn't in controlling everything outside. It's in stabilizing the nervous system so you don't get pulled apart by your own reactions. When you're grounded, your energy becomes calm and centered, which allows emotional detachment to happen naturally. It's like learning to stand in the storm without losing your footing. Start by finding a quiet space where you won't be disturbed. Close your eyes if that feels comfortable, and take a deep breath in, filling your lungs fully. Exhale slowly, releasing tension with each out-breath. Focus on the sensation of your feet touching the ground. Notice the contact points, the weight pressing down. Feel the stability beneath you. Let that sense of support grow stronger. Bring your attention to your body. Scan from your head to your toes, observing any areas of tension or discomfort without trying to change them. Just acknowledge their existence and imagine sending your breath into those parts, softening and releasing. Now, breathe in slowly and hold for a moment. Then exhale with purpose, imagining your nervous system softening and settling. Visualize roots extending from your feet deep into the earth, anchoring you firmly, pulling out doubts, fears, and restless energy. If your mind starts to wander, gently guide it back to the sensation of your body, your breath, or the idea of stability. Repeat this cycle of deep breathing and visualization for a few minutes, allowing your nervous system to calm. When you're ready, slowly bring your awareness back to the room, feeling more solid, more present. This process is your mental reset button, clearing out the clutter of emotional attachment and restoring your power to choose how to respond, not react. If you find yourself overwhelmed later in the day, you can return to this simple practice in any moment. Just 5 breaths, feeling your connection to the ground beneath you. Remember, grounding isn't about escape. It's about reestablishing your inner peace so you no longer need external circumstances to feel secure. Every time you ground yourself, you reinforce your capacity for emotional detachment, making your energy less reactive and more resilient. This is the pathway to becoming the calm, unwavering presence that energy, be it wealth, love, or opportunity, picks up on and responds to with ease. Chapter 9. Identity. Becoming the person wealth trusts. Opportunity as a guest in a safe home. Opportunity often arrives unexpectedly, much like a guest knocking at the door. Before stepping inside, it gauges the atmosphere. It senses your emotional safety, searching for a hint of warmth or welcoming energy. If the environment feels chaotic or filled with doubt, this guest hesitates, unsure of its welcome. Imagine a moment when you've been in a situation that felt desperate or unprepared. Did you notice how your body tightened? The tension tells opportunity that you're not ready to receive it. It won't intrude. It respects the space in which it finds itself. This disconnect reveals a harsh truth. Opportunities skip over those who don't feel emotionally equipped to handle them. You might have the strategies or knowledge, but if your inner state vibrates with self-doubt, opportunities will slip away leaving you wondering why your efforts aren't yielding results. Emotions act like a radar, attracting or repelling what's meant for you. When you embody feelings of safety, confidence, and abundance, your doors swing wide, inviting everything you desire to come in. Creating a safe haven within yourself is essential for attracting opportunities. This sanctuary is built on self-acceptance, allowing you to nurture the belief that you deserve greatness. Picture an oasis. Here, your emotional state is calm, free of stormy doubts. In this secure place, you can inspect your worthiness candidly, discarding labels of inadequacy that often cloud your judgment. Each day, you can cultivate this space by acknowledging your strengths and celebrating even the smallest victories. When your sanctuary feels solid, opportunities find their way to you with ease, no longer held back by your fears and insecurities. Identity as the foundation of financial behavior. Our financial behavior is never just about numbers or wallets. It is an expression of who we believe we are. Deep beneath the surface of every spending choice, saving habit, and investment decision lies an invisible identity quietly steering the ship. This identity is a collection of beliefs, feelings, and attitudes we carry about money, worth, and success. It's the lens through which we interpret opportunities and obstacles, even when we don't consciously realize it. The patterns that show up in our bank accounts are reflections of these internal stories, often developed long before we understood the game of money. This silent influence molds how we respond to financial challenges and opportunities. Someone who unconsciously sees themselves as not enough might avoid asking for a raise, even if the evidence says they deserve it. Another person who believes money is a source of stress may unconsciously sabotage financial growth, choosing short-term relief over long-term gain. These automatic responses are not random. They are the language of our identity speaking loudest when we are least aware. The habits that look like discipline or carelessness often trace back to the messages from childhood, the emotional imprints left by family, culture, and early experiences. The stories of scarcity, abundance, fear, or security become encoded in our nervous systems as if they were set truths. We act rationally within this framework because it feels safe and familiar. Changing the external outcome without addressing this internal foundation is like building a house on sand. Everything shifts when the ground beneath is unstable. Understanding this connection means we stop blaming willpower or intelligence for financial struggles. Instead, we look at identity as the root cause, the engine running our financial lives. Seeing how who we think we are controls how we behave with money opens a path to real change. It reveals why trying to force new habits often fails because the internal story isn't ready to support them. To shift financial results, the story of self must transform first. Changing financial habits isn't about imposing discipline or following external advice alone. It's about transforming how you see yourself at the core. When your identity aligns with the version of wealth you want, every decision, reaction, and opportunity becomes fuel for growth instead of resistance. This new identity is not a mask or a wishful illusion. It's a magnetic energy grounded in emotional truth that wealth instinctively trusts. Building this identity starts with honest reflection, acknowledging the parts of yourself that have felt unworthy, fearful, or scarce around money. Instead of pushing these feelings away, you meet them with awareness, knowing they've been your guides, but also your barriers. When you hold this awareness, you can consciously choose to let go of outdated beliefs and create new ones that reflect confidence, safety, and possibility. Over time, these inner shifts manifest in outer changes. You begin to take bolder risks, ask for what you deserve, and invite abundance without resistance. This process isn't about sudden transformation or perfection. It's a steady rebuilding of trust between you and your sense of worth. You learn to stand firm in who you are becoming, even in moments when old fears want to pull you back. Wealth responds not to superficial desires or grand affirmations, but to the steady frequency of someone who no longer wavers in their belief that they belong to abundance. This internal alignment creates a natural flow. Opportunities start arriving, relationships deepen, and the financial landscape around you shifts because you have shifted first. Practice holding this new identity as a living part of yourself. When doubts creep in, remind yourself that every small choice reinforces who you are becoming. Your financial behavior will follow this quiet transformation, weaving new habits effortlessly into your daily life because they simply feel true. This is how you become the person wealth notices, not by chasing it, but by becoming it from the inside out. Visualizing your wealth identity in decision-making. Seeing your wealth as a reflection of who you are, not just what you have acquired, transforms every choice you make. It begins with embodying the confidence, certainty, and deep sense of abundance you wish to attract. When you imagine yourself as already living in wealth, feeling the ease, security, and joy that come with financial freedom, you align your energy with that reality. Instead of chasing after money, you start to act from a place of wealth, as if it's a natural part of your being. This mental and emotional shift turns your internal state into a magnet for opportunities, decisions, and relationships that match your new identity. Being clear on your wealth identity gives you a compass for making decisions throughout your day. Every choice, big or small, becomes a reflection of the person you are becoming. When faced with options, ask yourself, what would the confident, abundant version of me do? Would they take the risk or wait? Would they say yes or no? When your inner voice is rooted in this identity, your decisions flow with purpose and clarity, reinforcing your vibrational alignment. Over time, this consistency rewires your nervous system, making confidence and abundance natural states of being instead of distant goals to chase. Making decisions from this empowered identity acts like a GPS, guiding you toward wealth instead of away from it. This isn't about forcing yourself into a role. It's about gently shifting how you see yourself. Visualize yourself in scenarios where you feel rich, capable, and at ease. Notice what you're wearing, how you speak, how you carry yourself. These mental pictures create a blueprint your subconscious can follow. When you practice this mindful visualization, your brain starts recognizing these qualities as your default. It becomes easier to choose paths that lead to more wealth because you are working from a version of yourself that already has it. In your daily moments, begin to observe how your internal visualization influences your choices. For example, when considering a new project or partnership, see yourself as the person who naturally attracts lucrative opportunities. Feel the certainty that comes with that identity. Notice if any doubts or old fears creep in. Acknowledge them without judgment, but gently steer your focus back to that wealthy version of yourself. As you do, you'll find decision-making becomes less stressful and more aligned with your true energetic frequency. When you act consistently from this visualized self, wealth begins to recognize you, because you are no longer chasing it, but embodying it. Your mind's eye is more powerful than you realize. Every time you intentionally visualize yourself as already wealthy, you send out a clear signal to your subconscious and the universe. This signal shapes your behavior, your choices, and your reactions. Replace hesitation with vivid mental images of abundance, and watch how your daily decisions begin to reflect that clarity. You're not just imagining wealth, you're becoming it through every choice you make. Remember, your consistent alignment between your inner vision and outer actions rewires your energetic blueprint, making wealth a natural outcome of who you are. A practical tip: dedicate a few moments each morning to vividly see yourself making a decision from a space of confidence and abundance. Feel the emotions as if it's already done. Write down how this version of you would handle challenges or opportunities today. Use this visualization as a compass, because the clearer your image, the more your decisions will align with the wealth you desire. This is the practice that turns passive wishing into powerful, intentional action rooted in your authentic wealth identity. Chapter 10: Emotional Hygiene, Clearing the Fog in Your Field. Emotional hygiene as spiritual brushing. Just as physical brushing removes debris from our teeth, emotional hygiene encourages us to clear negativity and emotional weight that can cloud our energy field. This practice is about recognizing that emotions, much like dust, can accumulate over time. They may not always be visible, but their effects can dim our spirit and block the flow of abundance. Cleaning our emotional landscape helps reveal the brilliance of our true selves, allowing positive energy to circulate freely. Begin your day with simple acts that align your energy. This might include setting an intention each morning or taking a few moments to breathe deeply and visualize releasing negativity. Engage in practices like journaling to express what you're feeling or meditate to find clarity and peace. Establishing boundaries is equally crucial. Recognize when others' emotional states begin to seep into your own and learn to assertively detach from negative influences. The more consistently you practice these rituals, the more naturally they will become, allowing your aura to shine with a radiance that attracts positive outcomes. Engaging in regular spiritual brushing helps you become aware of the emotional clutter that might have built up over time. For instance, if you notice recurring feelings of anxiety or tension, recognize that these may stem from unresolved experiences or interactions. Making a habit of checking in with your emotions is like regularly cleaning a space. It keeps the energy flowing and vibrant. Then, take action to cleanse these feelings, whether through creative expression, spending time in nature, or simply allowing yourself to feel and release. The act of purifying your emotions can be transformative, helping you to build a healthy, energetic signature that reflects readiness and receptiveness to wealth and opportunities. Impact of unprocessed emotions on aura clarity. Your aura acts like a lens through which the world reads your inner state. It's the invisible broadcast of your emotional and psychological energy. When emotions aren't faced and processed, they linger like thick fog swirling inside this lens. This fog doesn't just blur your light, it refracts it into confusing signals. Imagine trying to send out a clear message, but everything you say is muffled by static. That's what happens when unresolved feelings pile up beneath your surface. Each suppressed anger, hidden sadness, or ignored fear leaves residues that twist your energetic signal, making it harder for others, and life itself, to recognize your true vibrancy. The power of your aura is anchored in clarity. When your emotional field is clouded by unspoken pain or buried trauma, the aura becomes a distorted mirror of who you really are. Instead of shining a steady glow, it flickers, weakens, or even darkens. This creates an invisible barrier that can push away opportunities, disconnect relationships, and mute your ability to attract what you desire. People around you might sense something is off without knowing exactly what. This unclarity breeds frustration, leaving you to wonder why your efforts don't match the results you seek. Unprocessed emotions act like energetic clutter, weighing down your field and draining your natural frequency. They keep you stuck, cycling through the same patterns and reactions. This stagnation blocks the flow of abundance because wealth responds not to what you say you want, but to the emotional tone you broadcast. It's not enough to claim success if underneath, old wounds scream fear or unworthiness. The fog within your energies speaks louder than any affirmation, and until you clear it, your aura remains fractured, elusive, and unfocused. Every emotional wound you carry leaves a stamp on your energetic blueprint. altering how your aura functions and how you show up in the world. These marks shape the deep wiring of your nervous system, like scars on a map that reroute your path in ways you can't always see. Old betrayals, childhood neglect, or moments when you felt invisible imprint chaos into your core. This inner chaos doesn't stay hidden. It flows outward, creating ripples in your energetic field that confuse the message you send about who you are and what you deserve. This distorted blueprint magnifies your inner noise, fear, doubt, shame, until they become the dominant signal. In the process, genuine confidence is muffled, and the aura's natural magnetism dims. Wealth and opportunity respond to a stable, clear energetic blueprint, one that reflects emotional truth and self-acceptance. When this blueprint twists under the weight of unresolved pain, it distorts the signal that wealth listens to. It's as if you are shouting to be seen, but your aura whispers hesitation and withdrawal, creating a gap between your potential and your reality. The tangled threads of past emotional pain tie your energy into knots. These knots disrupt your nervous system's ability to regulate stress, keep you stuck in survival mode, and lower your energetic bandwidth. Your aura can't bloom when it's trapped in cycles of reactivity and pain. Even when your mind declares abundance goals, your energy doesn't catch up because the blueprint that guides your system is offline or scrambled. Healing those wounds rewires your blueprint, clears chaos, and sharpens your energetic signal so it resonates with the life you want to draw in. Consider how your body reacts when you remember a painful moment or sense an old wound resurfacing. That sensation isn't just physical. It's your energy field responding to the disruption within. Allow that sensation to guide you in identifying what still needs attention. Notice how your aura shifts as you hold space for these emotions instead of pushing them away. This simple act of recognition begins the process of unclouding your energetic field. Daily emotional reset practice. Clearing your emotional space each day isn't about forcing positivity or pushing away difficult feelings. It's about meeting yourself honestly and resetting your energy so you're not carrying yesterday's burdens into today. Think of it like hitting a refresh button on your inner world, so your mood and vibe are aligned with the energy you want to attract. This practice sets the tone for how you show up, how you relate to others, and ultimately, how wealth responds to your presence. Begin by finding a quiet moment, even if it's just a few minutes. Close your eyes, take deep, deliberate breaths. Feel the air move in and out, grounding you in the present. As you breathe, scan your body for tension, clenching jaws, tight shoulders, restless legs. Acknowledge those tensions without judgment, then breathe into them and imagine releasing them with each exhale. This simple act of observing and surrendering helps dissolve accumulated stress, providing clarity and emotional space. The next step involves checking in with your current emotional state. Identify what you're feeling. Are you anxious, frustrated, hopeful, numb? Name these feelings silently or aloud, like sorting through your emotional inventory. Be honest. The goal isn't to judge your feelings, but to acknowledge and accept them. When you recognize what's present, you gain power over it. This awareness prevents subconscious patterns from running your day and keeps your energy aligned with the abundance you desire. Once you're aware, create a conscious intention for the day. It might be to operate from calm confidence, open to possibility, or grounded in gratitude. Visualize yourself stepping into your day with that intention in mind. Imagine your energy vibrating at that frequency. You are lighter, more centered, more magnetic. Feel the shift as if it's already happening. This isn't about wishful thinking, but about aligning your emotional frequency with your deeper truth, making you more attractive to opportunities that match that energy. This daily reset isn't just mental, it involves a physical release too. Shake out your limbs, stretch gently, or do a quick movement that feels good. Moving the body helps clear energetic congestion, the same way giving a plant fresh air helps it grow stronger. By integrating movement into your emotional reset, your nervous system stays flexible and resilient, ready to face the day with increased clarity and calm. The final step is to affirm or anchor your reset. Say something like, "Today, I am open, grounded, and receptive," or simply, "I release what I no longer need." Use your own words, but make the words meaningful. Repeat the affirmation as many times as needed until it sinks in, until you feel a sense of completion. This act of verbalizing reinforces your emotional shift and helps establish a new energetic pattern. Over time, these small daily acts accumulate, rewiring your inner landscape to attract more wealth, not through effort, but through energetic resonance. Start your mornings with this quick ritual, no matter how busy you are. Even a few deep breaths, a moment of honest acknowledgement, and a clear intention can change how you show up to the world. When your energy is in harmony with your desires, wealth isn't just a goal. It becomes a natural reflection of who you are being each day. Chapter 11. Alignment Rituals. Speaking to your nervous system. Rituals as stability and safety builders. Rituals act as powerful anchors that help us cultivate stability and safety in our lives. They create a predictable structure in an often chaotic world, allowing our nervous systems to settle and find balance. When we engage in rituals, we signal to our bodies that it is safe to relax. This safety is crucial for nurturing a sense of inner security, which is the foundation of any wealth consciousness. For instance, think of the tranquility you feel when you consistently light a candle before meditation, or how a regular tea routine can create a comforting space. These actions become more than mere habits. They transform into psychological markers that reinforce safety and predictability. Our nervous systems thrive on predictability. Each time we perform a ritual, we engage in a familiar pattern that retrains our responses to stress and uncertainty. This consistent practice helps quell anxiety and foster resilience. By returning to our rituals, we are essentially reprogramming our nervous system to react less to fear and more to stability. Repeating these intentional actions allows for a deeper imprint on our psyche, cementing a belief that we can be safe in the world. The more we incorporate rituals into our daily lives, the more our subconscious learns that it does not have to stay in a constant state of fight or flight. Instead, it can embrace calm and security. Creating intentional rituals requires discernment and creativity. Start by identifying what resonates with you personally. It could be a morning routine that includes journaling, stretching, or practicing gratitude. Find activities that make you feel grounded and secure. The key is to choose actions that you can commit to regularly, as consistency amplifies the benefits. Consider a nighttime ritual where you reflect on your day, allowing yourself to release any stress or worry, reinforcing a set of healthy emotional patterns. Each of these choices adds to your internal sense of safety. Your rituals should reflect your desires and aspirations. Maybe it's taking 5 minutes at the start of each day to visualize your goals, or creating a celebratory ritual every time you accomplish something, however small. By honoring your progress, you're setting up a mental blueprint that attracts further success and abundance. Aim to incorporate sensory elements that enhance the experience. A specific scent like lavender to calm your mind, a cherished piece of music that uplifts your spirit, or even the taste of a beloved beverage as you engage in moments of reflection. By aligning your rituals with your deeper values, you anchor your identity in a more abundant, wealth-conscious version of yourself. Instead of chasing after goals, you develop a process that feels nourishing and liberating. Consistency is key. Commit to these rituals not just as tasks, but as expressions of your values and vision for your life. This might mean designating specific times in your week to focus on your rituals, turning them into sacred appointments that honor your journey toward achieving your desires. In doing so, you cultivate that unshakable foundation for wealth consciousness. Remember, rituals aren't just about the action. They are about the energy and emotional frequency you bring to them, laying the groundwork for a life of abundance and fulfillment. Somatic practices, visualization, breath, embodiment. Your nervous system is the keeper of your emotional frequency. Every thought, feeling, and memory rooted deeply in your body's wiring. If your nervous system carries tension, fear, or scarcity, no amount of logical planning or positive talk will shift your energy to invite wealth. Visualization isn't just wishful thinking. It's a biomechanical tool that imprints new neural pathways, changing how your body and brain respond to the world around you. When you visualize wealth, focus not on numbers or external outcomes, but on embodying the sensation of having it. What does it feel like in your chest, your gut, your skin? The richness of confidence, the physical expansion of abundance, the light ease of security. All of these are sensory experiences your nervous system remembers. Embodiment goes beyond the mind. It's about sitting inside your body's experience and becoming fluent in its language. Most people live mostly in their heads, detached from the signals their body sends. They chase goals with their mind, but carry fear and resistance in their spines and shoulders. When you ground yourself in embodiment, you bring awareness to how your body reacts to money, success, and self-worth. This might show as a tight jaw, shallow breathing, or a sinking feeling in the belly. Recognizing these patterns is the first step toward shifting them. Visualization becomes more powerful when paired with this somatic awareness because it rewrites what your nervous system expects. Imagine your body as a vessel broadcasting your energetic frequency. When it's synced with confidence rather than fear, your whole presence changes. Your body begins to signal abundance before your mouth even speaks it. Breath is the bridge between your conscious mind and the undercurrent of your nervous system's emotional state. Intentional breath work is a direct way to calm old stories of scarcity and open space for new patterns of wealth energy. When you slow your breath and bring it into the lower belly, you send a clear message to your brain. You are safe. You are steady. You are ready. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, that part of you designed to rest, repair, and thrive. Without this shift, your body stays stuck in fight, flight, or freeze, states where scarcity rules and expansion feels impossible. Simple practices like deep, slow inhales matched with longer exhales can shift anxiety tied to money, making space for abundance to settle into your bones. Somatic practices are not complicated movements. They are small moments of reconnecting with the wisdom stored in your tissues. Moving your body in ways that feel fluid and freeing, stretching tight muscles, shaking out tension, or even standing fully upright with your chest open, can realign your energetic field. When you combine breath with movement, you create a sensoromotor dialogue that rewrites old trauma and scarcity imprints. This isn't just physical exercise, it's emotional and energetic recalibration. Over time, these practices build a new embodied state where wealth energy isn't something you have to chase. It's already living inside you, radiating outwards in your posture, your tone, and your magnetic presence. Try pairing visualization with breath and body awareness next time you feel stuck or overwhelmed. Breathe deeply. Imagine yourself breathing in the feeling of wealth, ease, confidence, freedom. Then move your body to express that state. Notice how the simple act of aligning your nervous system shifts your entire energetic frequency, making you not just ready for wealth, but someone wealth RSVPs for. Designing a 60-second alignment ritual. In the fast-paced world of chasing wealth and success, your energy often gets caught in a whirl of doubt, stress, and subconscious resistance. These feelings create an invisible barrier that keeps abundance just out of reach. The truth is, your nervous system is the control center of your entire energetic state. When it's overwhelmed or out of sync, your outer results reflect that imbalance, like a radio stuck on static instead of clear transmission. A 60-second ritual isn't just a quick fix, it's a vital reset button. It rewires your internal landscape instantly, shifting your emotional frequency from scarcity and fear to confidence and openness. Making this a daily act of self-awareness prepares you to meet opportunity with a calm, magnetized energy that draws wealth naturally. Start by choosing a specific moment of the day, morning, midday, or evening, when you can dedicate uninterrupted time. Set a timer and remind yourself this next 60 seconds are for realignment, not perfection. Begin by taking a deep breath in through your nose, filling your belly slowly. Then exhale fully through your mouth, releasing tension. As you breathe, silently or softly affirm, "I am open to abundance," or "wealth flows to me easily." Focus on the feeling beneath the words, perhaps a sense of ease, confidence, or gratitude. Visualize a wave of bright, warm energy expanding from your heart, flowing upward and outward, dissolving any doubts or resistance. Incorporate simple physical gestures that reinforce your intention. For example, place your hand over your heart or clasp your hands together, grounding yourself in presence. You might also gently raise your arms, signaling an open, receptive stance to the universe. During these 60 seconds, pay close attention to your nervous system. Notice any tightness or fluttering. Breathe into those sensations, softening them with each exhale. If your mind wanders to worries or past failures, gently acknowledge those thoughts. Then redirect your focus back to your intention and the comforting rhythm of your breath. Over time, this brief practice shifts your internal energetic blueprint from one of scarcity to one of abundance, making you more magnetic to wealth without forcing or effort. The key to making this ritual work is consistency. Carve out those 60 seconds as a sacred space, your daily tune-up that aligns your inner world with your deepest desire. When resistance arises during the day, return to this practice, even if only for a moment. Remember, every time you reset your energy, you're feeding a different story about yourself, and wealth begins to respond accordingly. This simple act bridges the gap between your inner truth and outer reality, turning your subconscious doubts into confident magnetic resonance that attracts wealth naturally and effortlessly. Chapter 12: Visualization Repetition, Rehearsing the Future. Quantum Rehearsal and Emotional Imagination. Picture yourself standing at the threshold of your dreams, fully encapsulated in the moment of success. Feel the excitement in your chest, the warmth of achievements wrapping around you like a soft blanket. As you visualize each detail, the sound of applause, the scent of fresh flowers from a celebration, the vibrant colors of success, you are not just imagining. You are rehearsing a reality that you want to claim. The emotions you create in these rehearsals send signals to your subconscious mind, changing how you naturally respond to opportunities in your life. This method helps reshape your identity, aligning your energetic frequency with the wealth and abundance you seek, making it feel not only possible but inevitable. It isn't just about daydreaming. It's about feeling those dreams as if they are happening right now. Close your eyes and envision what success looks like, sounds like, and feels like. Taste the freedom that financial stability provides. Allow the sensations to wash over you, igniting a deep emotional response. This deep connection creates a neural pathway in your brain that helps bring your imagination closer to tangible reality. When you engage all your senses in this way, your thoughts transform into real expectations, smoothing the path for your dreams to manifest. You start to act in conformity with this new identity because your internal landscape has changed, reacting differently to every opportunity that crosses your path. As you practice these methods, remember this is not a quick fix. It takes consistent effort to train your mind and emotions. Just like athletes visualize their plays before a game, you need to mentally prepare for the life you want to lead. Set aside a few minutes each day for quantum rehearsal and emotional imagination. Be bold in your manifestations. Let the feelings wash over you and fill your heart with joy. Your energy is a magnetic force that draws in the circumstances that match your inner state. This is your invitation to rewrite your script and become the person you inherently are, a person who naturally attracts abundance. Engage fully in this practice and watch as your reality slowly shifts to reflect your newly tuned frequency. Guided visualizations for confidence and wealth. Confidence is not something you find suddenly on a random day. It's a frequency you can step into and claim repeatedly. Guided visualizations act like a mental rehearsal for your aura, for the feelings and beliefs that usually hide beneath your surface. They shape more than just your mind. They adjust your emotional wiring and recalibrate the nervous system to a state that naturally attracts what you want. When you sit quietly and allow yourself to see, feel, and experience your ideal self, you're effectively rewiring the subconscious patterns that keep you stuck. This process goes beyond wishful thinking or affirmations. It moves energy through your body and nervous system in a way that words alone cannot. Imagine your mind as a radio, constantly picking up and broadcasting stations. Most people are tuned to a frequency of doubt, fear, or scarcity, even while they dream about abundance and success. Guided visualizations help you flip the dial to a new frequency, one filled with clarity, power, and possibility. When you intentionally focus your mind like this, it penetrates your deeper emotional layers and begins cleaning out those hidden stories that reinforce poverty consciousness or self-sabotage. This level of mental and emotional tuning sharpens your internal broadcast, making your confidence palpable, magnetic, undeniable. Visualizations are not about escaping reality. They are about becoming so solid in your emotional truth that your external world has no choice but to respond. They invite you to live enough inside your future self that your cellular memory remembers being there, waking you up from the sleep of limitation. In this way, you stop chasing results and start being recognized by opportunities, connections, and wealth that harmonize with your new energetic signature. The power of this work lies in its brutal honesty. You're not pretending. You're uncovering the buried parts of yourself that know you're already whole, enough, and deserving. Take a deep breath and close your eyes. As your world softens into quiet, picture a place where you feel completely safe. This could be real or imagined. Let yourself step into this sanctuary. Notice the colors, the smells, the sounds. Feel your body relax. Now, see yourself standing tall in this place, radiating calm certainty. Feel the pulse of confidence in your chest, a slow, steady rhythm. Imagine this pulse as light spreading through your veins, awakening every cell with energy that feels powerful but gentle. Visualize a door opening before you, heavy and ancient, but inviting. Beyond this door lies the version of you who has lived out success without fear or hesitation. Watch this future self approach with eyes full of wisdom and kindness. Feel this presence blend with yours, transferring trust, courage, and steady belief into your heart. Hear the words this self speaks, not out loud, but as a knowing inside you. I am enough. I deserve ease. Wealth flows to me naturally because I am aligned. Allow this truth to root itself deep inside, where old doubts still linger. Now, imagine a bright light blooming in your belly, warming your whole body. This light is your prosperity blueprint, unique to you, pulsing with all the gifts, talents, and purpose you carry. Feel it expand, pushing out shadows of scarcity and fear. See it reaching beyond your body, creating a magnetic field that draws in opportunities, people, and resources that serve your growth. Hold this feeling for a few moments, letting the emotion rise. Elation, grounded peace, raw confidence, wildly alive and real. When you're ready, take a deep breath and slowly come back, carrying this new frequency with you into your waking life, knowing you can return to this place anytime you need to fuel your confidence and draw in wealth. Repetition as a tool for identity shift. Changing who you are deep down doesn't happen overnight. It's often a slow process, like chiseling away at stone with tiny, relentless strikes. The real shift happens when you start practicing something intentionally, over and over, until it becomes part of your subconscious fabric. Repetition isn't about mindless activity. It's about deliberately embedding new energetic states, new beliefs, and new ways of being so they stick. Think of it as rewiring your brain and aura. Each time you choose a different thought, behave differently, or repeat a new affirmation, you're sending a clear message to your subconscious. This is the person I am becoming. Over time, those repeated actions and thoughts carve new pathways, replacing old patterns of scarcity, doubt, or fear. This process isn't glamorous or instant. It's gritty, rhythmic, and often uncomfortable. But that's where its power lies. When you keep showing up, day after day, moment after moment, with the same intention to become someone who attracts wealth and abundance, you start to shift your identity without even noticing it first. The old self, with its limiting beliefs and nervous patterns, begins to give way. You begin to see yourself differently, act differently, and eventually, feel differently. This is how you evolve from feeling like an outsider on the fringes of abundance to embodying a person whose energy naturally draws wealth in. Consistency is the secret sauce. Small, repeated actions compound. Every time you catch yourself slipping into old stories, "I'll never be enough," "money is hard to come by," and replace those stories with new affirmations, "I am worthy, money flows easily to me," you're rewiring your identity. These repeated choices condition your subconscious and energetic blueprint. Repetition acts like a mental and energetic sculptor, slowly shaping your inner self into someone whose aura radiates confidence, certainty, and worthiness. It's not about brute force, but about gentle, persistent reshaping. Visualizations and internal dialogues are powerful tools in this process. When you consistently picture yourself living the wealth you desire, you begin to internalize it. Feel the abundance as if it's already present. Say to yourself over and over, with genuine emotion, that this is your new reality. Repetition activates your nervous system to recognize this new way of being as familiar. It's as if your brain and energy are tuning into a different frequency, one that matches wealth and success. Over time, these repetitions strengthen your new self-image, making it more natural and automatic to act aligned with your goals. Notice the small ways your day can be turned into a practice of reinforcement. Do you catch yourself thinking limited thoughts? Reframe them. Do you speak negative self-talk? Replace it with empowering declarations. See every moment as an opportunity to reinforce your new identity. The key isn't massive leaps all at once, but tiny, consistent actions that push your subconscious and aura in the right direction. Each repetition, each reaffirmation, is a brick laid in the foundation of your new self, sustainable, quiet, unstoppable. If you want to shift your identity, remember, it's about showing up and doing it again and again. The more you practice, the more it becomes your truth. Repetition isn't just a habit. It's a deliberate act of rewiring your energetic blueprint. Take note of what your mind tends to revert to, then intentionally replace it with what you want to build. Keep reinforcing those new beliefs, feelings, and behaviors until you feel the shift turning into a new way of being that's rooted deep within your subconscious. That's how you become someone wealth notices, not by trying hard, but by consistently becoming. A practical tip: choose one affirmation or visualization that resonates deeply with you. Repeat it silently or out loud at least 3 times every day. Pair it with a feeling of certainty. Over a week, notice how your internal dialogue begins to shift. This is your opportunity to practice deliberate repetition, knowing that each time you do, you're strengthening a new version of yourself that is aligned with abundance and success. Chapter 13: Energetic Preplay, Winning Before the Moment Arrives. Pre-feeling success in advance. This means allowing yourself to feel the joy, pride, and excitement that come with success even when your current reality doesn't reflect those feelings. Imagine waking up every day as if you've already achieved your goals. Picture the sense of fulfillment, security, and possibility that comes with that. When you tap into these feelings, you begin to shift your energy, setting a foundation that attracts the outcomes you desire. This practice requires deep honesty with yourself. Are you allowing the fear of failure or the weight of past disappointments to dictate your emotional state? It's time to break free from that cycle and fully embrace the success you want to feel. This can start with small exercises like visualizing your success for just a few minutes each day. Close your eyes and imagine the details: a promotion at work, a flourishing business, or even financial freedom. What does it feel like? What emotions bubble up? When you cultivate these feelings on a regular basis, you wire your mind and body to align with the energy of success. It's not about faking confidence. It's about genuinely embracing the emotional landscape of where you want to go. Each moment you spend deliberately feeling successful, you build a stronger connection with your future self. Over time, this practice shifts your subconscious beliefs, allowing wealth and abundance to flow into your life more naturally and effortlessly. Create small rituals around these feelings. Maybe it's journaling about your successful future before bed, or crafting a vision board that captures your goals and the emotions connected to them. Whatever it is, make it a part of your daily routine. The key is consistency. By regularly tuning into the energy of success, you begin to reflect that energy outward, signaling to the world that you are ready to receive what you desire. This practice doesn't just change your outlook, it alters the very fabric of your reality, making it easier for opportunities to align with your new energetic state. Pre-feeling success isn't a whimsical idea. It's a profound shift that transforms how you engage with your goals and, ultimately, how you experience life. Examples: interviews, sales, money decisions. Imagine walking into a job interview already defeated, even before you speak a word. You've prepared every answer, rehearsed every example, yet your body tightens, your breath shortens, and your mind keeps circling. What if I'm not good enough? This invisible energy surrounds you like a static charge that the interviewer feels on a subconscious level. They may see your confidence on paper, but your nervous energy, your self-doubt, broadcasts a different message. The handshake is hesitant. Eye contact wavers. Despite your qualifications, an energetic dissonance shuts down the possibility of connection. Similarly, in sales, the battle is not just about pitch or product knowledge. It begins inside you, long before you meet the client. Picture a salesperson listing features mechanically, lacking conviction because underneath, they doubt their worth or fear rejection. That shaky foundation bleeds into every word, every gesture. The client catches the unease, even if they can't name it. Deals don't just fail because of poor strategy. They fail because the energy behind the pitch isn't anchored in belief or magnetic certainty. Sales that close are less about perfect scripting and more about the seller's energetic presence, how fully they own their value and invite trust. Money decisions, though often seen as logical choices, are deeply charged emotional acts. Choosing to invest, to ask for a raise, or to spend on something meaningful triggers an internal dialogue soaked in fear, scarcity, and old money stories. When you hesitate or second-guess, that hesitation is a broadcast of uncertainty to the universe and to yourself. This energetic interference doesn't go unnoticed. Opportunities slip past because the nervous system isn't aligned with abundance, but is still locked in survival mode. Your energy before the money decision shapes the outcome more than spreadsheets or advice ever could. Before any high-stakes moment, your focus must be on how you feel, not only what you say or do. The simplest way to change the outcome is to change your internal state. Ground yourself through breath, long, smooth inhales that fill the belly and slow exhales that release tension. This alone starts to recalibrate the nervous system away from panic toward presence. Next, visualize not the outcome you fear, but the version of yourself who already owns this situation effortlessly. See yourself walking in relaxed, projecting calm certainty that invites respect and connection. This energetic rehearsal rewires your mindset before you even set foot in the room. Another critical step is to identify and name the story running beneath your surface feelings. If the narrative is, "I'm not enough," or "they will see my flaws," you stop and rewrite it using your own words that emphasize your strengths. This isn't about fake positivity, but honest affirmation of your skills, values, and worth. When your inner story aligns with your intention, your aura shifts. You speak from a space of authenticity rather than desperation, which magnetic people naturally radiate. They pull opportunities toward them because they signal quiet confidence, not anxious need. Lastly, remember that your energy is contagious in the best way when it carries feeling grounded and open. Avoid rushing or over-preparing to the point of exhaustion. Trust that your preparation is sufficient once done, then step back. Engage with curiosity rather than judgment. Let silences be comfortable. Those who embody magnetic energy hold space for the unknown without collapsing into fear. This subtle mastery is less about controlling others and more about mastering your own internal climate, where abundance becomes not just possible, but inevitable. Exercise. Enter future success emotionally. Imagine yourself standing at the edge of a future where success feels real, unavoidable, and alive inside you. It's not just a distant goal or a vague aspiration. It's a palpable emotional experience. The key to attracting what you want isn't just about visualizing or affirming it. It's about actually entering the emotional state of having already achieved it. When you can connect deeply with the feeling of success, you change your energetic blueprint, making it easier for the universe to match that frequency. Start by closing your eyes and taking slow, deliberate breaths. Visualize the specific success you desire, whether it's a thriving business, financial abundance, or a dream home. But don't stop at the visual. Let the scene unfold in your mind. Then tune into what it would genuinely feel like to live that reality. Maybe it's a rush of gratitude, a sense of pride, or even an overwhelming sense of relief and freedom. Whatever the emotion, allow yourself to fully experience it as if it's happening right now. As you deepen into this feeling, notice the physical sensations in your body. Do you feel lighter, more open, comfortable? Maybe your chest lifts, your shoulders relax, or your face softens. These sensations are signals that your nervous system is operating at a frequency that aligns with your desired future. Stay in this state for a few moments, anchoring the emotion in your body. Don't rush through it. The more authentic and intense you're feeling, the more your energy begins to resonate with that version of success. Now, imagine carrying this emotional vibration with you as you go about your day. Whenever doubts or negative thoughts arise, recall that feeling of success and reconnect with it, even if just for a moment. Use it as an energetic anchor, like a reminder of what's possible when your inner world matches your outer goals. When you act from this emotionally charged space, your actions become more aligned and intuitive, leading opportunities and connections to you more naturally. Practicing this regularly creates a habit of stepping into your future success emotionally. It's not about faking it. It's about genuinely cultivating the feeling of abundance so your energetic frequency shifts, attracting circumstances that mirror that inner experience. Remember, your emotional state is a powerful magnet. When you feel successful inwardly, the external world begins to reflect that reality back to you in unexpected ways. As a simple but potent exercise, set aside 5 minutes daily. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and vividly imagine your success. Engage all your senses. See the colors, hear the sounds, feel the textures. Drop into that deep feeling of accomplishment or ease. Remind yourself, this is how it feels to have what you want. Let that emotion fill you fully. When you finish, carry that feeling with you into your day and watch how your energy shifts in subtle, yet significant ways. By practicing this, you are essentially rewiring your emotional foundation. The more you connect with your future success emotionally, the faster it becomes your current reality. Your feelings are the blueprint. What you believe and vibrate at internally is what the universe will match externally. Enter the future success emotionally. Be that success now, not later. Chapter 14. Environment as Amplifier. How your environment trains your nervous system. Walk into a chaotic room and your body reacts before your mind does. Your shoulders rise. Your breath shortens. Your senses sharpen as if waiting for an attack that never comes. Why? Because your nervous system is always listening, not to your thoughts, but to your surroundings. People think they choose how they feel. Not really. Most emotions are simply responses to the environment you've been marinating in. Your nervous system is like wet clay. Whatever holds it long enough will shape it. The spaces you live in become the emotions you default to. You don't just live in an environment. The environment lives in you. A quiet room trains the nervous system toward calm. A noisy home trains the nervous system toward tension. A cold, indifferent family trains the nervous system to brace for rejection. A supportive circle trains the nervous system to expect safety. If your room is cluttered, your head will mimic it. If your workspace is chaotic, your goals will match that chaos. If your home is peaceful, your decisions tend to be clearer and more confident. Your nervous system learns through repetition, not logic. Environments teach your body who you think you are. This is the part most people never realize. Your environment silently reinforces your identity. Not through words, through patterns. A messy space whispers. You're someone who lives in disorder. A room filled with unfinished projects whispers. You don't finish things. A desk with nothing but a notebook and a vision board whispers. You take your life seriously. A home full of loud conflict teaches your body that love equals danger. A home full of warmth teaches your body that connection equals safety. Your environment trains your nervous system the same way a dog is trained, gradually, consistently, without negotiation. You either shape your environment intentionally, or it shapes you accidentally. Most people are living inside a physical representation of their trauma. Your nervous system mirrors whatever it repeats. Think about this. Spend years in scarcity, your body becomes hypervigilant. Spend years around angry people, your body becomes reactive. Spend years in silence, your body becomes introspective. Spend years around ambition, your body becomes forward-moving. Your environment doesn't just influence your mood. It builds your emotional baseline. It wires your normal. Some people feel uncomfortable in calm environments because their body is trained to believe that peace is suspicious. Others panic when things go well because their nervous system has been rehearsing disaster for decades. Your environment is the rehearsal room for your emotions. You're not failing, you're being conditioned. Most people don't sabotage themselves. They're simply acting out what their environment taught their nervous system to expect. If you've lived in chaos long enough, peace will feel like a threat. If you've lived in scarcity long enough, abundance will feel like a lie. If you've lived in judgment long enough, self-love will feel fake. Your body isn't against you. It's loyal, sometimes too loyal. It's protecting you from a danger that no longer exists. The moment you change your environment, your identity begins to shift. The nervous system adapts fast when you give it new conditions. A clean room, a quiet hour, a supportive friend, a workspace that inspires you, a morning without your phone. Tiny environmental shifts create massive internal rewiring. This is why people feel like a different human in a hotel, library, gym, or new city. Their nervous system gets a break from the patterns that shape them. Change your environment, change your baseline, change your identity, change your life. The nervous system is a student. Your environment is the teacher. The question is, who's teaching you right now? How spaces, people, media shape your nervous system. Every place you inhabit carries a weight you might not consciously notice, but your nervous system certainly does. Spaces influence your emotional frequency just like people do. Think about a room that feels heavy or suffocating. Low ceilings, harsh lighting, cluttered surfaces. Your body senses this as a kind of stress without any words being spoken. Your nervous system shifts into a kind of low-level alert. Tension tightens your muscles, and your breath shortens. On the flip side, spaces with natural light, openness, and calming colors invite your nervous system to relax. This isn't just about taste or comfort. It's about energy fields moving through your body, shaping your internal state before you even think about anything. Your nervous system reacts to the environment first, sending signals that guide how you feel and behave. When you spend time in chaotic, noisy, or cluttered spaces, your nervous system stays stuck in a state of fight, flight, or freeze. This constant activation keeps your emotional frequency low, making it harder to access the calm certainty that wealth requires. Spaces that drain your vitality create invisible blockages inside you. You don't just leave these places. Pieces of your potential stay behind with the tension they generate. In contrast, environments that feel spacious, ordered, and welcoming feed your nervous system a quiet confidence. They help you operate from a grounded place inside, which means your aura aligns with abundance, not stress or scarcity. Notice where you work, live, and relax. Are these places fueling a restless nervous system or soothing it? Small changes, like decluttering, adding plants, or softening harsh lights, can reset your internal state more than you realize. Your nervous system absorbs the energy of your surroundings and translates it into your daily level of emotional bandwidth. People are living signals, broadcasting energy all the time. When you're around someone, your nervous system reads not only their words, but their entire body language and emotional vibration. This is how emotional contagion works. You pick up feelings even if no one says a thing out loud. If someone is anxious, fearful, or stressed, your nervous system shifts into a sympathetic pattern that matches theirs. If someone is calm and grounded, your nervous system tends to relax in response. Your emotional field blends with theirs, shaping your state without effort or awareness. This is why certain people leave you feeling drained or unsettled even when the conversation itself was neutral. Their energy pulls your nervous system into a state of tension and contraction. Conversely, being with confident, emotionally available people helps you access your own nervous system's calm and security centers. The most powerful relationships don't just share ideas or resources. They create a shared emotional environment that lifts you up. When the people around you vibrate scarcity, fear, or doubt, your nervous system can't settle into the frequency that invites wealth. You can feel this when you enter a room and instantly notice the vibe, but your nervous system is the real reader. Protecting your nervous system means choosing your close energetic contacts wisely. This isn't about judgment. It's about noticing how you feel before and after encounters. Which energies support your calm, confidence, and clarity? Which leave you fragmented, scattered, or small? The people you spend time with shape your nervous system's baseline just as deeply as your earliest childhood experiences. Media floods your mind with images, narratives, sounds, and rhythms, inputs that your nervous system can't separate from reality. The constant stream of news, social media, entertainment, and advertising bombards your nervous system with signals of danger, scarcity, competition, or comparison. Even if you aren't consciously stressed, your body reacts. Your nervous system goes on guard, sensing urgency or threat beneath the surface of scrolling feeds or flashing headlines. This ongoing tension lowers your emotional frequency over time, making it harder to hold the steady, magnetic energy that invites wealth. Saturated with crises and constant stimulation, media conditions your nervous system to expect instability and lack. This habitual state creates patterns of worry, distraction, and emotional contraction. What you consume mentally shapes your internal nervous environment. When your media diet is heavy on fear, negativity, or reactive content, your nervous system stays trapped in survival mode. Your energetic identity becomes one tuned to limitation instead of expansion. Conversely, media that inspires, uplifts, and offers expansive perspectives can help recalibrate your nervous system. Positive stories, thoughtful voices, and calm moments give your mind a chance to settle. Mindful consumption isn't about avoidance, but about curating what enters your system. You feed your nervous system what it absorbs, and that forms an energetic foundation either fertile for growth or barren of confidence. Your nervous system doesn't just respond to what is. It anticipates based on what you regularly expose it to. Your nervous system is your most intimate environment. Protecting it means stripping away what triggers it into low-frequency states, environments that drain you, people who pull you down, and media that injects fear. It means creating external spaces and choosing internal stimuli that foster security, openness, and calm confidence. This is the unseen work of abundance. It's not just about mindset or strategy. It's about the foundation your nervous system holds that makes wealth feel possible. Start with small shifts. Notice how a cluttered room feels compared to a decluttered one, how you feel around energy-draining people versus uplifting ones, and the difference in your mood after scrolling through reactive news cycles. These are not trivial details. They are the code your nervous system reads to set your emotional frequency. When you learn to steward these influences, you move closer to becoming the person wealth notices. This person holds steady inside despite outer chaos because they live with a nervous system tuned to possibility instead of survival. Redesigning your environment for high frequency. The space you inhabit every day is more than just a place to rest or work. It's a reflection of your inner state. When your environment is cluttered, chaotic, or filled with things that drain your energy, it drags down your frequency. Clearing this space is like tuning a radio. You adjust the settings so that only the clearest, most vibrant signals come through. A tidy, intentional environment acts as a magnet for abundance, making it easier for wealth to find its way to you because it reminds your nervous system and subconscious mind that everything is safe, in order, and ready for more. Start by removing what no longer serves you. Old clothes, broken items, or possessions tied to negative memories act like static on your energetic broadcast. Give yourself permission to let go of anything that no longer aligns with the high-frequency version of yourself you're becoming. When you clear space physically, you're also clearing space emotionally and mentally. This act of decluttering sends a message to your subconscious that you're ready for something new, to welcome wealth, success, and opportunity in a way that feels natural and effortless. Next, focus on introducing elements that lift your energy. Bright, natural light opens up your space and lifts your mood. Plants breathe life into the room while purifying the energy, adding a vibrational boost without effort. Objects that inspire or bring joy, whether it's an art piece, a photo, or a childhood keepsake, serve as energetic anchors pointing toward abundance. Every piece should feel like it's supporting your high vibration life, not weighing you down with regrets or stress. Adjust your environment until it feels good, because feeling good is the loudest signal you can broadcast. If a corner of your room feels heavy or dark, find ways to lighten it. Add a lamp, new decor, or a splash of color. Personalize your space so it represents the version of yourself that already exists in prosperity. Your environment becomes a physical mirror of your internal frequency, so deliberate tweaks here can serve as powerful anchors for the states you want to cultivate. Choose spaces that are organized and aesthetic, where every item has a purpose or a story that makes you feel good. Make sure your home or workspace echoes the energy you want to attract: calm, confident, open. Avoid clutter, chaos, or anything that stirs anxiety. When your environment feels aligned and inviting, it's easier for abundance to flow freely into your life because your external world is a reflection of your internal vibe. Start small. Clear out a drawer or a corner of your space today. Bring in a fresh flower or light a candle that feels meaningful. Notice how these simple acts shift your mood and increase your sense of possibility. Your environment, like a garden, needs tending and attention. When you nurture it with intention, you create a fertile ground where high-frequency energy blooms and wealth begins to find you effortlessly. Practice. Remove 3 low-frequency elements from your life. Look at your day-to-day life honestly. There are things you keep around because they feel familiar or because they're just part of how you do things. But rarely do those things serve you anymore. Sometimes they're just clutter, mental or physical, holding you back. Low-frequency elements are those things you barely notice but drain your energy, steal your focus, or wear you down slowly. Cutting them loose is not about perfection. It's about ruthlessly honest clarity. If something barely makes a difference, why bother keeping it? Life grows lighter, sharper, more intentional when you strip away what no longer adds value. Think about the habits, thoughts, or even people that show up infrequently but leave a mark that lingers longer than it should. Maybe it's that toxic friend who only calls when they need something but never reciprocates. Or that guilty mental loop you revisit during quiet moments, reminding you of failures instead of possibilities. These low-frequency elements aren't helping you evolve. They're anchoring you in the past or in chaos you don't even realize you're fueling. Removing these elements is about making space for what truly matters, for what fuels your growth instead of suffocating it. No excuses, no empty attachments. Own your environment, own your mind, own your choices. The process demands brutal honesty. You'll need to ask yourself what takes up space that could be filled with clarity, passion, and purpose. Which voices, distractions, patterns, or habits are so infrequent and insignificant that they shouldn't even exist in your mind's landscape. Clear them out. Say no with conviction. Dismiss the noise that whispers, but it's just a small thing. Because small things, left unchecked, become heavy burdens. Be ruthless. Cut the low frequencies that only serve to tune you down or keep you stagnant. Remember, growth is direct and unfiltered. Removing these elements is a way of declaring that your time and energy are sacred. The less chaos you tolerate, the more room you make for who you're really meant to become. A simple tip: identify one thing in your life today that feels like a relic, something you barely notice but that saps your strength. Make the decision to eliminate it, no matter how insignificant it seems. Don't overthink it, just do it. Watch how your mind clears, how your focus sharpens. Sometimes, removing the tiniest noise is what finally allows your true voice to rise free. Let the clutter go. Your life deserves that much ruthlessness. Freedom begins where hesitation ends. Chapter 15: Eliminating Low-Frequency Attachments. Cost of low-energy relationships and habits. Low-energy relationships and habits quietly drain your vitality, sapping your potential and keeping wealth at a distance. Just think about the friendships that feel more like obligations, the conversations that leave you feeling heavy instead of inspired. These connections often thrive on negativity, gossip, or complacency, leaving you exhausted and uninspired. Each moment spent in these low-frequency interactions diminishes your vibrational state, making it harder to attract opportunities that align with your higher aspirations. Your emotional well-being hinges on the relationships you nurture, and when those relationships lack depth and positivity, they underscore a painful truth: you are not where you want to be. Your daily habits can reflect the same low energy. Consider mindlessly scrolling through social media or spending hours watching TV instead of engaging in enriching activities. These habits often seem harmless, but can aggregate into an energy drain that leaves you feeling depleted. Imagine the difference if you chose to invest that time in self-reflection, personal growth, or connection with uplifting individuals. Each choice you make constructs an environment around you, either fostering growth or entrenching you in stagnation. The cost of maintaining these low-energy habits is more than just time. It can be the very essence of your potential. Recognizing the influence of low-energy relationships and habits is the first step toward reclaiming your energetic sovereignty. It's essential to identify the individuals and activities that diminish your spirit rather than uplift it. Ask yourself, who leaves me feeling enthusiastic and inspired? Who drains my energy and makes me feel stuck? This introspection provides clarity. Once you start recognizing these patterns, releasing the detrimental connections becomes easier. It takes courage to pull away from ingrained habits, especially those that provide a false sense of comfort. But detaching from these influences creates space for healthier, life-affirming relationships. Being sovereign in your energy means intentionally surrounding yourself with people who resonate with your growth and aspirations. Seek out those who challenge you, inspire you, and push you toward your goals. When you consciously shift your energetic environment, you'll find that wealth, whether in relationships, opportunities, or tangible success, is drawn to you. The journey may initially feel challenging as you let go of what you've known. However, with each step into a higher frequency, you'll notice the impact ripple through your life, breaking old patterns and inviting new possibilities. Ultimately, the cost of low-energy connections and habits pales in comparison to the wealth that flows freely from the abundance of supportive energy. To start this shift, take a moment today to evaluate your relationships and habits. Write down one relationship that energizes you and one habit that drains you. Make a commitment to nurture the positive connection and consciously work to shift or minimize engagement with the draining habit. This small step can start a significant transformation in your life, allowing you to align with the energy that attracts wealth. Breaking bonds with emotional leechers and negativity. Not all relationships feed your strength, some consume it. Emotional leechers are not always obvious villains draped in negativity. They often appear as close friends, family members, or colleagues whose moods, complaints, or demands suck the life out of your own energy. These are the people whose presence leaves you feeling exhausted rather than inspired. When your heart races with anxiety before interactions, or when you find yourself apologizing for your every choice to avoid conflict, you're tangled in a toxic connection. Recognizing these ties starts with an honest look inward at how certain individuals affect your emotional balance throughout the day. Notice when your joy dims, your thoughts grow heavy, or your calm fractures. These are the subtle signals your nervous system sends when it's being drained by repeated emotional overload. Such energy vampires thrive on chaos. Their moods twist and pull, forcing you into rescue mode, second-guessing, or emotional labor that never gets repaid. Perhaps it's the colleague who constantly focuses on problems without looking for solutions, or the family member who manipulates attention by playing the victim. Sometimes, the toxicity hides behind a mask of dependency or disguised neediness, blurring the line between support and burden. What they take from you is more than time. It's your emotional currency that you can never reclaim. If you find yourself apologizing for your boundaries or shrinking to keep the peace, that's the chain tightening. These relationships keep you tethered to feelings of frustration, guilt, or anger, dulling your energetic signal and closing doors to abundance that require a clearer, lighter presence. Negativity itself is sticky. It lingers in conversations, thoughts, and emotions like toxic residue. When you absorb this weight, your aura darkens, shrinking your capacity to attract what you truly desire. It feeds the self-doubt and fear that block your path, reinforcing your subconscious beliefs that you're not worthy of ease or success. Recognition doesn't mean judgment. It means naming the poison so you can stop drinking it. It means confronting the invisible chains that keep you locked in emotional low voltage. The first step is awareness, distinguishing between genuine connection and emotional depletion. When you separate your energy from others' burdens, you start clearing space for your own growth. That space is where wealth, not just money, but full-bodied abundance, begins to flow toward you. Breaking free from emotional leechers demands more than polite nods or half-hearted excuses. It requires a ruthless commitment to your own sovereignty. Setting boundaries is the act of declaring that your emotional energy is not a resource to be mined. This can be terrifying because it means pushing back against familiar patterns and risking rejection or confrontation. But the truth is, without firm limits, you remain trapped in a cycle of giving away too much of yourself to keep others comfortable. Boundaries are the armor that protects your aura and the fence that marks your territory, your inner landscape that no one has the right to invade without invitation. Begin with clear, simple statements rooted in honesty rather than guilt. Saying no is not cruelty, it is self-respect. You don't owe explanations that erode your position or justify your feelings to those who drain you. If someone repeatedly dismisses your boundaries, that reveals where they stand in your life. It might mean stepping back from conversations that revolve around negativity, reducing time spent in toxic environments, or ending relationships that continually chip away at your peace. This isn't about punishment, but preservation. Every refusal to absorb unnecessary emotional weight sends a signal to your nervous system that you are the guardian of your energetic field, shifting you from victim to victor. At times, boundaries must be firm and immovable, like a wall protecting a garden. Other times, they require discomfort and negotiation, knowing where you're willing to give a little and where you will not budge. Practice listening to your body's reactions. Tightness in the chest, fatigue after interactions, or a sinking feeling are clues that limits are being crossed. Reclaiming your energy means owning your needs unapologetically. You'll find your aura grows stronger and more magnetic when you stop subsidizing others' emotional instability. Let go of the false bargain that you must fix or carry everyone's weight to be worthy. Your energy is precious. Guard it like your life depends on it, because it does. Try this. The next time you feel drained after a conversation or event, Take a moment to reflect on what limits were crossed and where you gave more than you intended. Then, outline one boundary you can enforce tomorrow. It may be as simple as steering clear of gossip, saying no to a draining invite, or limiting how much you listen to constant complaints. Your clarity around these boundaries will expand your inner space, letting your authentic self shine brighter without interference. Listing and releasing attachments. Every person carries stories, beliefs, and emotions that cling to them like invisible weights. These attachments, whether they are thoughts, memories, or ideals, shape how we see the world and ourselves. Some cling so tightly that releasing them feels like letting go of part of our identity, yet holding on to them keeps us stuck in old patterns. Recognizing which attachments weigh us down is the first step toward liberation. Attachments often form early in life, woven deeply into our subconscious. A childhood memory of scarcity, a moment of shame around money, or a belief that rich people are greedy can become unspoken laws guiding our actions. These threads aren't always logical. They're emotional and spiritual bindings, trapping us in scarcity even when circumstances change. The more we cling to these stories, whether out of fear, habit, or hopelessness, the harder it becomes to attract abundance. Listing attachments is about shining a light on what you hold onto mentally, emotionally, or spiritually. It might be an outdated identity like, I am not worthy of wealth, or a story like, money only comes with struggle. These beliefs often operate beneath our awareness, driving actions that sabotage our success. When you take time to identify them, you start disarming their power. Write down the stories or feelings that come up when you think about money, success, or abundance. Notice which ideas feel heavy, rigid, or closed off. Releasing attachments requires a willingness to let go of control and surrender to what is beyond your grasp. It's not about denial, but about acknowledgement. You might imagine your attachment as a thick rope tied around your waist, anchoring you to old patterns. Visualize yourself untying that rope, taking a deep breath and consciously deciding to loosen your grip. This act of release creates space inside for new energy, ideas, and opportunities to flow in. Practically, you can make a list of attachments, things you believe about yourself and money that no longer serve you. Then, each day, choose one to release. You might say, I am willing to let go of the belief that I must struggle for success, or I release the shame I carried about money in childhood. As you do this, notice your emotional state shift. Releasing attachments is about reclaiming your power and clearing energetic clutter that blocks abundance. Remember, attachments aren't just mental but vibrational. They cling to your nervous system, creating patterns of fear, guilt, or resistance. Letting go is a process, not a one-time event. It can be messy, uncomfortable, even scary at times. But each release opens a door wider to your true potential. Trust that as you loosen these invisible binds, wealth will find its way to you more effortlessly. Keep gently observing what you're holding on to, and be willing to change the story you tell about yourself and your relationship with money. Chapter 16. The Death of the Old Self. Metaphor of shedding skin and updating operating system. This process is uncomfortable yet necessary, much like the way a snake leaves behind its old skin to make way for new growth. You might feel resistance at first. The comfort of the familiar, no matter how limiting, often feels safer than embracing the unknown. Yet, this discomfort signals that you are on the brink of something vast and transformative. Letting go of outdated beliefs about yourself, especially those tied to money and self-worth, can feel like stripping away heavy armor that held you back. Each layer you shed unveils a softer, truer version of yourself, one that is more aligned with the wealth and opportunities that exist beyond your current circumstances. Imagine your subconscious as a computer that runs on old software, struggling to keep up with the demands of an evolving digital world. To thrive, it needs an upgrade. This process isn't about simply adding new affirmations or intentions. It's about reworking the foundational beliefs that drive your thoughts and actions. Identify the outdated programs that no longer serve your highest good, such as deep-seated fears surrounding success or wealth. Replace them with beliefs that resonate with abundance and possibility. When you update how you perceive yourself and your potential, the external world starts to reflect these changes. Opportunities flow in, and you find yourself drawn to experiences that resonate with your reprogrammed identity. Both shedding old layers and updating your internal software are essential to create a life where wealth feels accessible and aligned. Embrace the discomfort of change. It's a sign of growth. Consider taking a moment each day to reflect on the beliefs you hold about money, success, and worthiness. Ask yourself which of these beliefs needs to be shed and what new, empowering beliefs you can invite in. This daily practice can illuminate the path toward the person you are meant to become, the one that wealth notices and gravitates toward. Grief and honor in letting go. Letting go is never easy. It asks us to face the raw edges of who we once were and to accept that part of ourselves must die for something new to take root. This is not about quick fixes or forcing a change that feels foreign. It's about honoring the slow unraveling that comes with real transformation. When you don't consciously mourn who you used to be, you carry hidden grief inside you. That grief blocks the flow of energy, keeps you tethered to old beliefs and identities that no longer serve where you want to go. Grief is the emotional gravity of loss, and ignoring it only weighs you down deeper in invisible shackles. Releasing the old self demands a certain ruthlessness toward pretenses and denial. You have to feel the sting of what's slipping away, not just pretend it doesn't matter. This might mean sitting with uncomfortable emotions, naming disappointments, acknowledging regrets, and letting tears come without shame. When you give yourself space to truly grieve, you signal to your nervous system that change is allowed, even welcomed. The transformation process feels less like a battle and more like a sacred passage. It's a cycle of surrender and rebirth, a letting go that honors what came before while clearing room for what's coming next. The challenge is that most of us want to leap forward without the hard pause of mourning. We rush to move on, to stay positive, or to just be grateful. But sweeping grief under the rug keeps it alive beneath your surface. It acts like a knot in your energy, tight, painful, and relentless. When you consciously allow this grief to breathe, you set the foundation for authentic change. You might feel vulnerable, fragmented, or lost at first, yet this process is precisely the doorway that leads to reclaiming your power. Every layer you shed, every tear you permit, strips away illusions and false attachments, making space for a new self aligned with your deepest truths. Grief isn't just a reaction. It can be a radical, sacred act of creation. When you treat grief as a necessary companion rather than an enemy, it transforms from heavy burden to a clearing force. Think of it as the earth breaking apart before fertile seeds can take root. In this way, grief is not the end but the soil that feeds growth. To honor grief means to lean into the feelings, give them a voice, and witness their fullness without rushing away. This conscious presence changes the entire meaning of grief from loss into possibility. Within this process lies an invitation to redefine your relationship with yourself and the world around you. When you hold grief with honor, you stop resisting what happened and start learning from it. You may begin to see that what you thought you lost is actually the old mask falling away, making space for something more authentic and true. This is how grief clears the path for new identity, by stripping away what no longer fits and welcoming the unknown with open arms. It's the clearing of old energetic debris that blocks abundance and authentic living. Abundance, in this sense, isn't just about money or success. It means richness in self-acceptance, clarity, and alignment with your core values. When grief is acknowledged and honored, it loosens the emotional chains that keep you stuck in scarcity thinking or fear-based behaviors. You begin to operate from a place of strength, where vulnerability becomes a bridge, not a weakness. The act of letting go in grief becomes a fierce declaration. You are choosing yourself over the past, choosing growth over comfort, choosing truth over illusion. This choice creates an energetic shift so powerful, it draws opportunities, relationships, and wealth that resonate with your newly awakened self. If you struggle with letting go, start by simply sitting with what you feel lost or afraid of losing. Name it aloud, write it down, or speak it to someone you trust. Allow yourself the time and space to really experience those emotions without judgment. Notice how your body reacts. Does it feel heavy, tight, or open? Sometimes just honoring these sensations is the first step to releasing. The grief is not something to fight. It's a messenger to listen to. Answer it with presence, and you'll watch how it transforms into the clear space where your next true chapter can begin. Guided reflection on old self-sabotage. Many of us carry stories about ourselves that became part of who we are long before we understood their power. These stories aren't just words. They are emotional scars, limiting beliefs, and patterns forged in moments when we felt unseen or unsafe. Reflecting on those old patterns can feel uncomfortable, like peeling away layers of insulation that kept us safe, but also kept us small. Think of self-sabotage as a silent companion that whispers, "You're not enough," or "You can't handle more than this." It often shows up in subtle ways, delaying actions, dismissing opportunities, or even unconsciously undermining our own efforts. These behaviors aren't random. They are rooted in a fear that, if we allow ourselves to succeed fully, we might lose control or face more pain. Seeing these habits clearly and honestly transforms them from hidden enemies into data that points to old wounds needing attention. One way to start uncovering these patterns is to ask yourself, when I've tried to move forward, what self-doubts or fears pop up? Do I get in my own way when things start to look promising? Maybe you notice a pattern of procrastination when success is within reach or a tendency to doubt your worth when you're praised. Recognizing these signs is powerful because it reveals that beneath your external belief, there's an underlying emotional trigger often linked to a past experience, like a childhood memory where you felt rejected or unworthy. This reflection isn't about blame. It's about awareness. Once you see that self-sabotage is driven by old fears rather than current facts, it loses its power to control you. It becomes clear that these behaviors are protective mechanisms, even if they are outdated or destructive in your present life. Your job now is to gently explore those roots, hold space for the feelings that come up, and start questioning the narratives that have kept you stuck. Sometimes, just asking yourself why you might be holding back opens the door to deeper healing. Imagine sitting quietly with yourself and journaling about your past self-sabotage. Write down moments where you've prevented yourself from reaching a goal, no matter how small. What beliefs did you have at that moment? What fears did you hold? Did you feel unworthy or afraid of judgment? Each of these entries is a piece of the puzzle, a glimpse into the emotional blueprint that still influences your choices today. Recognize that old fears don't just disappear. They need to be acknowledged, understood, and gradually reprogrammed. Ultimately, this process isn't about fixing yourself overnight. It's about becoming a compassionate detective of your own emotional landscape. When you become aware of these old patterns, you empower yourself to challenge them. Notice how your body reacts when a familiar fear surfaces. Do you tighten, withdraw, or evade? Use curiosity instead of judgment. Ask, where does this come from? Does it still serve me? over and over. As you shine light into the dark corners of your old self-sabotage, those shadows lose their grip, and you start to reclaim the energy needed to create real change. Remember, the goal isn't perfection, but honesty. The more truth you bring to your inner world, the more you can rewrite the stories holding you back. Next time you catch yourself resisting growth, pause and ask, what old fear is behind this resistance? Sometimes simply naming it diminishes its power. By facing these patterns directly, you weaken their hold and open space for new, supportive beliefs to take root. It's a process of compassionate unraveling that clears the way for your authentic, abundant self to emerge. Chapter 17, Certainty, the currency that opens doors. Internal versus external feelings of certainty. Internal feelings of certainty arise from our beliefs, experiences, and emotional states. When we feel secure within ourselves, that energy radiates outward, influencing how we perceive our environment and how others interact with us. This internal certainty can be fragile, built on the memories of past successes or failures. Think about the last time you felt totally confident. Was it because everything was perfect around you, or was it something deeper? Often, it's an internal dialogue that cultivates this feeling. When your mind is clear and your spirit aligned, everyone else can feel it, too. This internal state shapes how we engage with opportunities and challenges. When our internal emotional landscape is chaotic or uncertain, external realities start to reflect that unrest. We might find ourselves sabotaging opportunities or attracting situations that reinforce our fears instead of our dreams. For instance, someone who fundamentally believes they are unworthy may push away chances for growth simply to remain within their comfort zone. Conversely, someone who embraces their worth tends to attract abundance because that certainty echoes through their choices and actions. It's a ripple effect. Your internal reality can cast out waves of influence that shape what comes back to you. External expressions of confidence can often be misleading. Someone might appear self-assured on the outside, but internally, they may be wrestling with doubts. This dissonance is a common struggle. People might wear a mask that showcases bravado, but if their internal landscape feels anything but secure, that energy becomes evident over time. True certainty isn't merely about projecting strength. It's about the alignment of inner beliefs and external behaviors. Authenticity shines brighter than any facade you could present. When internal feelings are coherent with your actions, that's when you truly attract what you desire. To cultivate this alignment, take a moment each day to check in with your internal feelings. Ask yourself, how do I really feel about the goals I'm pursuing? Does my energy align with my aspirations? A daily practice of awareness can recalibrate your internal landscape, creating a fertile ground for authentic certainty to bloom. Small shifts in understanding can lead to profound transformations in how you experience both yourself and the world around you. Embodiment of unshakable presence. Embodying unshakable presence means living in complete alignment between who you are inside and what you project outwardly. It's not about pretending or forcing confidence. It's about letting your inner truth flow through your voice, your posture, your breath, and the way you move through the world. When your energy matches your core self, steady, calm, and clear, you become a magnet. People don't just listen to your words. They feel the weight of your certainty, and that shifts everything around you without a single sentence spoken. This presence isn't loud or flashy. It's quiet strength that changes the atmosphere, opening doors and inviting connection simply because it's authentic. This kind of presence comes from deep alignment. When your beliefs, emotions, and nervous system are synchronized, your aura stops sending mixed signals. Instead of vibrating with fear or doubt disguised as ambition, you emit an unshakable calm that's irresistibly attractive. This energy transcends surface-level confidence. It roots you in a place where external circumstances don't shake your foundation. You begin to influence more than you imagine because your energy is anchored in something profound, your own inner authority. The world notices when you stop reacting and start standing firmly in your truth. That stillness is wealth in motion. Think of presence like a stone dropped into a pond. Instead of ripples fading fast, your energy radiates expansive waves of certainty that touch everything around you. This transformation isn't about becoming someone new, but about shedding what no longer serves you. Pretenses, fears, the scattered energy of chasing validation. When you embody your full self with unapologetic clarity, you carry an aura of inevitability. People feel that you are not just passing through life hoping for success. They sense you are already anchored there, refusing to be moved by noise or distraction. The only way to sustain this unshakable presence is by inhabiting your body fully and cultivating a steady nervous system. When your mind races or your emotions pull you into chaos, your energy fractures and presence dissolves. Embodied mindfulness is the practice of bringing your attention back to the present moment, the feel of your feet on the ground, the rhythm of your breath, the sensations in your body. This focus rewires your nervous system out of fight or flight mode and into a state of calm alertness. Over time, this trains your energy to stay grounded no matter the external storm. Your nervous system is like the command center for your energetic signature. If it is chronically stressed, it will broadcast signals of scarcity, fear, and contraction, energies that repel wealth and opportunity. When you prioritize nervous system regulation, you create an internal safety net that catches you every time you face discomfort or uncertainty. This safety net allows you to hold space for discomfort without collapsing into old patterns of anxiety or self-doubt. With consistent practice, your presence becomes the kind of calm power that does not waver because it is wired into your body's deepest systems. Building this steady foundation takes patience and commitment. It's not about forcing yourself into silence or pretending to be confident when you feel fear. Instead, it's about sitting with your experience, noticing what arises, and choosing to breathe into the moment instead of reacting. When you develop this muscle, your certainty becomes your default state, not a performance, but a lived reality. People will feel your energy shift, sensing that you are not just ready for success, but that you have always been here, waiting to embrace it. This kind of presence breaks the cycle of chasing and sets you free to attract from a place of grounded power. Practicing amplified moments of certainty. Learning to stand truly rooted in your certainty is like turning on a spotlight in a dark room. It's about catching those fleeting moments where your inner conviction burns brightly, when you feel completely aligned with your desire and holding on to them longer. These moments aren't about pretending everything is perfect. They're about stepping fully into your truth and allowing that truth to emit a clear, unshakable energy. When you practice this, your nervous system starts to latch onto the sensation of certainty, making it a real part of your daily experience, not just an occasional feeling. It's easy to dismiss these flashes of confidence as random or accidental, but they are actually powerful anchors you can deliberately return to. Think of them as signposts on your path, small, intense bursts of inner truth that remind your subconscious and energetic field what's real for you. The trick is in noticing when you feel a flicker of confidence, no matter how small, and consciously expanding that feeling. Feel how your chest lifts, your breath stabilizes, and your mind quiets. These are signals that you are establishing a new pattern, one where your certainty becomes an anchor, a steady beacon that attracts what you want without wavering. Cultivating these amplified moments of certainty isn't about grandstanding or forcing a fake confidence. It's about aligning your internal state with what you desire, so your energy begins to match that of wealth. When you experience these moments, allow yourself to soak in them fully. Reaffirm internally that this feeling of certainty is your new normal. Each time you do, you send a stronger signal to the universe that you are no longer uncertain or wavering, and your energetic footprint begins to shift accordingly. These are the moments where your subconscious can finally catch up and start to believe in your new reality. Begin noticing how your body responds when you feel most sure. Do your shoulders relax? Does your voice soften with conviction? Do you observe a shift in your posture or breathing? These physical cues are signs you're tapping into a deeper layer of belief. Practice deliberately creating them, even when you aren't feeling fully certain. For example, when you're dialing into a goal, pause for a moment to internalize what it would feel like if your certainty was at its peak. Make it vivid. Imagine the sensation as a warm light spreading through your chest or a calm wave washing over your mind. The more you do this, the more your nervous system recognizes certainty as a familiar frequency, reinforcing your inner truth over external doubts. The goal is to store these amplified moments in your awareness. These are seeds you plant in your subconscious soil. Each intentional practice roots your energetic truth deeper, making it easier to access when doubts or fears try to surface. Don't wait for perfect conditions or monumental achievements. These moments of certainty are practice opportunities, tiny resets that train your energy to remain consistent and resilient. Over time, your confidence will no longer be an act or a wish, but an internal rhythm that guides your every step, radiating outward and attracting the wealth you are becoming. Next time you catch yourself feeling even a flicker of certainty, pause. Take a deep breath and intentionally expand that feeling. Hold on to it for a few seconds longer than usual. Notice what shifts internally and externally. As you repeatedly practice this, your internal certainty grows stronger, making your energetic broadcast more magnetic. This is how you make confidence a habit, not a fleeting emotion, but a sustained, amplified presence that draws abundance to you with undeniable power. Chapter 18. Contribution. The wealthiest are the most valuable. Contribution as energy exchange, not sacrifice. Contribution is often misunderstood as something we do out of obligation or selflessness. In reality, true contribution stems from a deep sense of authenticity and alignment with our core values. When we contribute from this authentic place, we engage in an energy exchange that enriches everyone involved. It's about sharing our gifts and talents in a way that creates reciprocal value, transforming what might feel like a burden into a powerful act of creation. This shift changes everything, allowing us to step into our power and realize that the act of giving can elevate both us and those we support, rather than depleting our energy reserves. The traditional narrative often associates contribution with sacrifice. This notion suggests that to give, we must lose something. However, when we reframe our understanding, we start to see that contribution can be a source of abundance rather than a drain. It becomes clear that when we bring our whole selves into our contributions, our talents, love, and passion, we invite others to do the same. We open a channel where giving and receiving work hand in hand. In this space, the more we give, the more we often receive in return, not just materially, but emotionally and spiritually too. Imagine a community where support is given freely, but also received with open hearts. In this environment, everyone flourishes because the exchange is balanced. When we focus on mutual value, we create a cycle of energy that is both fulfilling and sustainable. Every act of contribution reinforces the bonds of connection and trust, making us more likely to engage further. Recognizing contribution as an energy exchange rather than a mere duty empowers us to act boldly and authentically, with the assurance that we are contributing to a larger picture where everyone stands to gain. To cultivate this mindset, start by evaluating your contributions. Are you giving out of obligation? Consider how you might shift your intention to find joy in your giving. Ask yourself, what do I truly enjoy sharing with others? When we share what resonates with our true selves, we create energetic ripples that uplift not just us, but the entire community around us. Seek out opportunities that excite you and fill you with passion, and watch how the energy surrounding your contributions transforms. Value as emotional resonance. Value is often mistaken for a price tag, a measure tied to what someone is willing to pay or how much effort goes into creation. But this is only a superficial layer. True value lives beneath the surface, anchored not in numbers or logic, but in the emotional resonance you create within others. Imagine walking into a room and feeling instantly drawn to someone, not because of what they say or what they have, but simply because of the energy they give off. That magnetic pull is value at work, vibrating on a frequency that others can feel and respond to, even if they can't name it. Emotional resonance is the vibration of your worth reflected back from others. It's how your presence triggers feelings of trust, desire, admiration, or safety. This resonance is not manufactured or forced. It rises authentically when your internal state aligns with what you offer. When you believe deeply in your own value, your nervous system relaxes, your aura widens, and your emotional signature becomes a beacon. People pick up on this instantly, whether you're aware of it or not. It explains why two people selling the exact same product can have wildly different results. Value is not in the product alone, but in the emotional energy attached to it. Our culture often teaches us to prove value through evidence, certificates, testimonials, or flashy marketing. But none of that sticks if your emotional baseline broadcasts doubt, insecurity, or scarcity. Scarcity doesn't just live in bank accounts. It resides in nervous systems and in the stories whispered under the breath. I'm not enough, I'm too much, or I don't deserve this. These messages create a low-frequency hum in your aura that others unconsciously detect. Value cannot be squeezed from a soul that feels empty or fragmented. It radiates naturally from someone whose inner emotional landscape is rich, grounded, and consistent. This means emotional resonance is both a challenge and an opportunity. The challenge is facing what you really feel about yourself beyond the polished mask. Fear of failure, shame, and self-doubt distort the message your energy sends. You might say the right words, build the right product, or make the right connections, but without emotional honesty, these efforts are like whispers lost in the wind. The opportunity is radical. When you clean up your internal emotional wounds and claim your innate worth, you don't have to push to be seen. Your value naturally echoes in the spaces you enter, pulling opportunities and people toward you without force. Think of value as a frequency modulated by your emotions and beliefs. When it's pure, your network, clients, and colleagues don't just hear your message. They feel it resonate inside themselves. The difference between a compelling offer and an overlooked pitch is often this invisible energy signature. This is why wealthy people often talk about vibes or energy around success. They are sensing the emotional resonance others give off, which attracts or repels wealth accordingly. The money itself is an echo of that resonance, a feedback mechanism measuring how strongly your value is broadcast. It's important to recognize that emotional resonance is layered and complex. It carries the weight of your past experiences, the emotional imprints from childhood, the internalized voices of critics, and the unconscious memories of scarcity or abundance. These layers build a personal vibrational pattern that undergirds how you show up in every interaction. Shifting your value frequency means peeling back these layers, identifying the emotional blocks that dull or distort your signal, and cultivating a new kind of emotional integrity that feels real to you. When you are emotionally resonant, your actions, words, and intentions align. This alignment creates a force field that others sense as authenticity. Authenticity isn't about being perfect or always positive. It's about being true to your emotional experience and allowing it to inform how you express your worth. In practice, this means paying attention to your emotional state as you engage with your work or your audience. Instead of pushing through a wall of anxiety or self-doubt, you slow down, acknowledge the feelings, and ask what they need. This process builds trust internally and externally, creating the fertile ground where value can grow and multiply. Try this exercise to connect with your emotional resonance. Think of a time when you felt deeply valued, not because of what you did, but because of who you were. Notice how your body felt, what emotions were present, and how that influenced your confidence and energy. Recognize that this feeling is the pulse of your true value. Then, observe moments in your life where you dimmed or hidden parts of yourself to fit or to avoid rejection. These moments lower your frequency and obscure your worth from yourself and others. Improving your value as emotional resonance starts with owning your emotional truth openly and fiercely. When you stop trying to convince others and instead invite them to experience the real you, you tap into something more powerful than any sales pitch or resume. Value becomes a living energy that moves through you, touches others, and transforms your environment. The richer and more honest your emotional resonance, the more wealth, not just money but opportunity, respect, and connection, follows effortlessly. Here's a powerful practice to build that resonance. Next time you feel a wave of doubt or scarcity creeping in, pause and name the feeling out loud to yourself. Instead of fighting it, allow it space. Then ask, what would it feel like if this wasn't true? Hold that question gently without rushing for an answer. By recognizing and softening these emotional blocks, you clear the path for your true value to shine. Watch what happens when your internal emotional frequency shifts. You'll start attracting opportunities that reflect not just what you think you should want, but what you genuinely deserve. Adding value without expectation. When you focus on adding real value to others without expecting something in return, you shift from a mindset of exchange to one of pure giving. This kind of contribution isn't about ticking off a box or checking a profit at the end. It's about showing up fully, genuinely. People can feel when your intentions are sincere, and that authenticity creates a magnetic field that draws opportunities naturally. The truth is, when you give with no strings attached, you open the door for abundance to flow back to you in ways you might never expect. It's not about doing more to get more. It's about becoming the kind of person whose presence alone uplifts others, who genuinely cares without attachment. That authentic energy transforms your entire relationship with wealth, turning it into a natural byproduct of your integrity and service. When your giving stems from a place of authenticity, you become a vessel through which abundance moves effortlessly. Practicing selfless contribution as a powerful act that elevates both the giver and the collective unlocks a level of wealth that is not measured in dollars alone. When you shift your focus from what you can get to what you can give, you tap into a deeper well of prosperity, one built on trust, connection, and value. Giving without expectation radiates a frequency that signals to the universe, I am a channel, not a collector. This mindset reduces the emotional drain of constantly needing return or validation, freeing you to act from a place of genuine generosity. It's in these moments of selfless contribution that you align more closely with the energy of abundance, allowing wealth to flow into your life in forms beyond money, like opportunities, relationships, and a sense of fulfillment. When the act of giving becomes a habit that isn't dictated by guilt or obligation, it resets your energy and clears the way for wealth to find you, because you've become a conduit of value, not a seeker of reward. Many people mistakenly believe that generosity must always come with expectation, a thank you, a favor, an acknowledgement. But real abundance lives in the moments of gift without strings, in the actions that lift others simply because it feels right. When you give this way, you're not just offering resources, but transmitting an energetic signature that says, I trust in the flow of life. That trust creates the space for opportunities to appear unexpectedly. The more you practice giving purely for the sake of giving, the more your presence becomes a magnet for opportunities and connections because your energy isn't cluttered with scarcity or neediness. The key is to shift the focus inward, from what you can fetch to what you can contribute, whether it's your time, your expertise, or your kindness. This approach transforms your entire relationship with wealth, making generosity an act of creation rather than a duty, and in turn, attracting wealth naturally into your life without striving or forcing. Chapter 19. The New Baseline, Anchoring Prosperity. Making abundance the default frequency. Your subconscious emotional patterns play a critical role in shaping your experience of abundance. These patterns, created from childhood experiences and reinforced by societal beliefs, form the lens through which you view wealth. If you grew up in an environment where money was tied to stress or lack, that shaped your subconscious to expect scarcity. As a result, your default frequency may not be tuned to hear the whispers of opportunity, but rather the echoes of fear and limitation. Recognizing these patterns requires a courageous look into your past. Notice how your emotions around wealth were formed and what beliefs you absorbed, consciously or unconsciously. This recognition creates space for change. You may unconsciously sabotage opportunities due to these ingrained beliefs, even if you outwardly express a desire for more. Your energy, often more revealing than your words, communicates to the universe what you truly believe you deserve. A person seeking abundance might still feel unworthy of it at a deep, subconscious level, unintentionally setting their frequency to a negative pull. The key here is honesty with yourself. Reflect on your immediate emotional responses to discussions about money or success. Your reactions unveil the hidden blocks that keep abundance just out of reach. Maintaining the aura long-term. Your aura isn't a fleeting thing you switch on and off like a light. It's an energy field shaped by every thought you think, emotion you carry, and belief you hold close. Maintaining this aura long-term means treating it like a garden you tend daily, not a plant you water once and hope it survives. It requires constant awareness, watching what seeds you plant in your mind and how you nourish them. The energetic frequency that wealth notices isn't built on occasional grand gestures, but on consistent internal alignment, no matter what life throws your way. When you build an aura that feels authentic, powerful, and magnetic, it becomes your default state. Yet the real challenge emerges when distractions, doubts, and old patterns try to pull you back into familiar, lower vibrations. The energy that was once vibrant can flicker and dim if you allow fear, frustration, or scarcity to sneak back in unnoticed. This is why routine reflection on your emotional and mental landscape is indispensable. You become the gatekeeper of your own signal, choosing whether to allow noise or clarity through. It might feel exhausting at first to stay vigilant about your internal state, because culture teaches us to chase external rewards instead of inner harmony. But this vigilance is not about perfection. It is about ruthless honesty with yourself. It is about catching when you start to slip into self-doubt, comparison, or the old programming that says you're not enough. These are the moments when your aura weakens and wealth quietly turns away. Your job is to notice these cracks before they widen and to close them with intention and practice. Maintaining your aura over time isn't about chasing a quick fix or positive thinking hack. It's about the slow, steady burn of inner work. This means untangling long-held beliefs that made you believe scarcity was your default. It means sitting with uncomfortable emotions without running away or masking them with distraction. And it means learning to regulate the nervous system in real time, so your baseline emotional frequency rises steadily. Building this emotional muscle takes time, patience, and repeated commitment. It's not glamorous, but it's bulletproof. You might find that old fears, insecurities, or doubts resurface in cycles. They are like ghosts from your past trying to reclaim space. Instead of fighting them, acknowledge their presence and understand what they're trying to tell you. Is it an unmet need? A learned survival strategy? When you lean into these truths instead of shoving them aside, your aura grows stronger because it becomes more truthful and less fragmented. The authenticity that radiates from that place is magnetic to wealth and opportunity alike. This process also requires setting boundaries around your energy. Not everyone or everything deserves access to your inner world. Toxic relationships, draining conversations, and chaotic environments all chip away at your energetic field. Protecting your aura means choosing carefully where and with whom you invest your time and emotional energy. This kind of energetic hygiene creates space for wealth to move in because it can sense when you respect your own worth and refuse to settle for less. The way you start and end your day sets the tone for your entire energetic system. Practices that root you in presence and self-alignment are non-negotiable if you want your aura to sustain its power. This could be as simple as a moment of focused breath before getting out of bed or a clear intention set for the day ahead. These small rituals anchor your emotional frequency in your desire for abundance rather than anxiety or scarcity. Journaling is another tool many overlook. When you commit to writing honestly about how you feel, what worries you, and what you truly want, you give language to your internal landscape. This act of naming your emotions disrupts unconscious patterns and clears mental clutter that dims your aura. It also helps you track growth over time, offering concrete proof that your frequency is shifting even when external results lag behind. Movement, whether a walk, yoga, or simple stretches, also plays a vital role. The body is the home for your energy. When it's stuck, anxious, or tense, your energetic field mirrors that contraction. Regular physical activity floods your system with fresh oxygen and shifts stagnant emotional energy. You don't need to push yourself to extremes. Gentle, intentional movement is enough to remind your nervous system that you are safe and supported, raising your baseline frequency. It's natural for your aura to fluctuate. Days will come when your confidence wanes, your fears flare, and your internal chatter grows loud. These slumps do not erase the progress you've made. They are part of the process. What separates those who maintain a powerful energetic field from those who lose it is how they respond during these low tides. Do you collapse into old stories or remind yourself that this feeling is temporary? Do you get lost in shame or reach for practices that ground you once again? The long-term maintenance of your aura means building resilience to the inevitable setbacks without surrendering to them. Rather than letting a bad day snowball into a bad week, you put guardrails around your emotional shifts. This might mean talking to a trusted friend, taking extra rest, or revisiting your core beliefs about wealth and worthiness. The most magnetic auras don't deny discomfort. They absorb it, transform it, and keep the signal steady in spite of it. Remember, your aura is a living expression of who you are becoming, not a fixed label. Your energy grows richer and more complex as you heal and expand. Some days you will feel like a wildfire, other days a quiet ember. Both are part of maintaining an aura long-term. Wealth responds to the consistent hum beneath the noise, the steady yes underneath the ups and downs. Long-term aura maintenance is about honoring the space you occupy in the world with unwavering presence. This means saying no when something drains you and yes to what fuels your growth. It means refusing to dilute your energy in order to make others comfortable or to fit into familiar patterns. Your brightness might shake people around you, but that is a sign you're expanding your energetic boundaries, and that is necessary for wealth to find you. It also requires embracing solitude not as loneliness, but as sacred space for recalibration. The world pulls you outward with constant demands, but your aura needs moments of retreat to bathe, recharge, and reset. These pockets of stillness reconnect you with your truth and strengthen your inner authority. When you re-enter the outer world after these pauses, your energy pulses stronger because it is sourced from alignment, not depletion. Ultimately, maintaining your aura over time is a form of self-love that bucks the cultural norm of hustle and exhaustion. It's a way of living that honors your emotional reality and builds an energetic identity that wealth cannot ignore. Each day you choose to protect, nourish, and express your authentic frequency, you add to the foundation of a life where abundance flows naturally because it recognizes the home it has found in you. At the end of each day, spend 3 minutes reflecting on what moments made your energy feel vibrant and which moments left you feeling depleted. Without judgment, note where you lost alignment. Then, set a simple intention to shift one small pattern tomorrow, whether it's pausing before reacting, taking 3 deep breaths when tension arises, or speaking one truth you've been avoiding. This daily check-in is a subtle but powerful way to stay on guard against energetic leaks and keep your aura tuned for wealth. Choosing and practicing your new emotional baseline. Deciding to shift your emotional baseline is like choosing a new home inside yourself. It's not about fleeting feelings or superficial positivity. It's about setting a steady frequency that becomes your default. This requires intention and awareness. Instead of waiting for life to change your mood through outside circumstances, you actively select an emotional state that aligns with abundance and confidence. Each day, you carry your choice with you, whether in quiet moments or amidst chaos, and begin to build a new inner rhythm that invites wealth, possibility, and ease. Practicing this new baseline isn't about pretending to feel something you don't. It's about giving yourself permission to access what's already there, your natural strength and calm. First, identify what it feels like when you're most yourself, when abundance seems possible and you're in flow. Maybe it's a sense of groundedness, clarity, or gratitude. Focus on cultivating those feelings intentionally. For instance, take a few deep breaths and remind yourself that wealth begins from within. Your emotional state creates the opportunities you notice, the people you attract, and the ideas you generate. Practice rolling into this state at the start of each day, and notice how it influences your responses and decisions throughout the day. Knowing what you want your emotional baseline to be is only part of the journey. The real power shows up in daily practice. Create small rituals or cues that help anchor this new state. It could be a simple mantra, a moment of gratitude, a focused breath, or even a physical gesture. The key isn't in any one technique, but in consistency. The more you practice, the more your nervous system rewires itself to default to this richer, more generous energy. Over time, your usual reactions soften and more aligned, wealth-attracting behaviors become natural. You start acting from that baseline, not trying to force feelings, but embodying them until they become your native rhythm. When you set this intention, remember that resistance is part of the process. Your old patterns might fight back, those moments of doubt, irritation, or anxiety. Recognize these as signals that your subconscious still clings to its familiar state. Celebrate the small wins. Each moment you choose a higher feeling, even amid chaos. Know that shifting your emotional baseline isn't a one-time event. It's a continual practice, a new way of living inside yourself. The more you choose, the easier it becomes. Soon, you'll find that instead of chasing external success, you're simply aligned with it, radiating a frequency that beckons wealth naturally. If you want to make this stick, Create a simple routine that reminds you of your new baseline throughout the day. It might be pausing for a moment of appreciation before starting your work or journaling a few affirmations that resonate deeply. Every time you revisit this state, your nervous system strengthens its association with abundance. This steady, intentional practice rewires your inner world to reflect the wealth you desire. Over time, living at this new emotional frequency will feel effortless because it's your new default, and that's when wealth really begins to show up without struggle or sacrifice. Conclusion: wealth isn't chased, it's summoned. Poetic reflection on wealth as identity and aura. Wealth is not just about numbers in a bank account. It's an extension of your authentic presence. Your energy, your aura, it's all intricately connected to the wealth you attract. Imagine walking into a room, your essence weaving through the air, creating a magnetic pull that invites opportunities. This is your emotional frequency at work. When your true self aligns with your feelings, you become a beacon for prosperity. Every joy, fear, and belief you carry manifests into the world around you, painting your financial landscape with colors only you can create. Your identity shapes how you interact with the world. It crafts the energetic signature that calls in prosperity. Think of your aura as a field of energy that communicates who you are before you even open your mouth. When your internal beliefs reflect a sense of worthiness, wealth flows toward you naturally. It transforms from a mere pursuit into a mirror of your existence. The disconnect often lies in the battle between your inner dialogue and the outside world. While you might chase after wealth with fervor, your aura may still carry the weight of doubt. This incongruence can blind you to the abundance awaiting you. The relationship between who you are and what you attract is profound. Wealth thrives in an environment of authenticity, where your true self shines through. This isn't simply about wishing for success. It's about embodying the essence of success within you. Your beliefs, the way you speak to yourself, all emit a frequency and create a reality that either welcomes wealth or keeps it at bay. When you let the world see your true, radiant self, without fear or hesitation, the universe responds. Your aura lights the path for financial abundance, weaving a tale of who you are and what you deserve. To shift your energy and begin attracting wealth, take a moment to reflect on your current identity. What beliefs do you hold about your worthiness? Write them down. Then, start the practice of affirming what you truly desire, but attach emotion to those affirmations. Visualize each statement as a lived reality. As you integrate this process, observe how your interactions change and notice the energy around you shift in response. Living as the magnet, not the seeker. The endless chase for wealth, success, or fulfillment often feels like running through quicksand. The more you push and reach, the more elusive it seems. But what if the problem isn't your effort or your plans? What if it's the energy behind your seeking that's keeping you stuck? True magnetism begins the moment you stop hunting and start embodying the reality that what you want already belongs to you. This isn't some passive wish. It is an energetic stance where confidence replaces desperation and presence replaces anxiety. Imagine a magnet pulling metal pieces from the air without strain, without trying or longing. That magnet simply is. You have to become that magnet, solid, unwavering, and grounded in your own value. When you shift from chasing outcomes to claiming your inherent worth, everything around you starts to rearrange. Opportunities, people, and resources begin to be drawn toward you naturally. This happens because energy doesn't lie. It responds not to your demands or fears, but to who you are deep down when you accept yourself fully. That acceptance is a fiery breath against the exhausting game of trying harder. It asks you to be brutally honest with the internal story you're telling about yourself and your place in the world. Are you waiting for conditions to be perfect, or are you standing firmly right now, radiating the reality of your abundance. Wealth, like any powerful force, is attracted to certainty and calm. The moment you stop reaching with shaky hands and instead hold steady in your power, you become the source instead of the seeker. Living as the magnet is not about pretending you have arrived or ignoring the work required to grow. It is about cultivating an unshakable trust in your own process and flow. This trust isn't born from past victories alone, but from a clear alignment with your inner state. When your emotional frequency matches the frequency of prosperity, life has no choice but to move toward you. It's like tuning a radio. The clearer your signal, the less static there is, and the stronger the reception becomes. To live this way, your foundation must be self-trust. This means feeling steady within even when external circumstances feel shaky. It means knowing that discomfort and uncertainty are temporary visitors, not permanent homeowners. When you stop seeking affirmation from outside sources and instead anchor deeply in your own worthiness, you create a gravitational field impossible to ignore. This alignment also demands ruthless honesty about where you block your own flow. Fear, doubt, and resistance are the energetic fences that stop abundance before it arrives. Living as the magnet means consciously dismantling those fences piece by piece, no matter how uncomfortable. It means showing up every day with the intention to embody the energy of what you desire, not in next week, next month, or next year, but right now. The moment you stop chasing and start being, prosperity is no longer a distant goal, but a current reality pulling you forward. Practice this by noticing moments when you feel compelled to push harder or when anxiety spikes around your goals. Instead of sprinting through those moments, breathe into them and ask yourself, am I standing here as the magnet, or am I still chasing? Let this question become your compass, guiding you to a deeper, stronger version of yourself each day. Final image of stepping into a new internal frequency. Imagine stepping into a space within yourself where your vibration is clear and unwavering, radiating confidence that doesn't shy away or shrink. This is a place where doubt, scarcity, and fear are no longer holding sway over your energy. Instead, you embody a sense of sovereignty, knowing deep down that wealth isn't just something outside of you, but a reflection of your internal state. Your thoughts and feelings are aligned with abundance, and your energy naturally attracts opportunities, relationships, and success that resonate with this new frequency. Visualize your internal landscape as a calm ocean, constantly moving, yet deeply steady, where waves of scarcity and old doubts are replaced by currents of assurance and power. This image isn't a fantasy. It's a real shift that begins with your mind and continues into the subtle vibration you carry each day. Feel your entire being resonate at this higher, more potent level until it becomes an effortless, habitual part of who you are. It's not about forcing or convincing yourself. It's about internalizing a truth that feels natural. When you shift into this new frequency, your body reflexively responds with signs of calm, confidence, and openness. You might notice your posture lengthening, your breathing becoming freer, or your speech more grounded. Wealth becomes a language you speak without trying because your core vibration now whispers abundance in every moment. As this new energetic blueprint begins to form, old patterns of scarcity and fear lose their hold. It no longer feels like a constant battle, but a natural state of being, a new foundation from which everything flows. This process isn't quick. It's a deliberate rewiring of your inner reality that steadily reprograms your emotional and energetic landscape. To reinforce this shift, incorporate simple daily practices that tether your mind to this higher frequency. Spend a few minutes each morning visualizing yourself embodying confidence, sovereignty, and abundance. Feel it in your bones. Imagine walking as a magnet for wealth, your energy saying, I am ready now. Pay attention to your internal dialogue. Replace thoughts of lack with statements of possibility and power. Notice how your body responds when you're in alignment. Do you stand taller, breathe deeper, smile more genuinely? These small cues signal your internal frequency is rising. Recognize that this process isn't about chasing external outcomes, but about embodying a new internal state so compelling that external success becomes a natural extension. Confidence, clarity, and ease are the new signals you broadcast. Why settle for anything less? By now, you've traveled through the corridors of your inner architecture. Your nervous system, your emotional patterns, your self-worth roots. Your frequency, your identity, your environment, your past. And the energetic signatures quietly guiding your life. You've learned that wealth is not something out there. It's something you generate through the way you think, feel, breathe, and respond to the world. It was never about luck, never about talent, never about being chosen. It was always about becoming a human whose internal world is spacious enough to hold the abundance they ask for. Wealth trusts the grounded. It gravitates toward the regulated. It blossoms in the hands of the emotionally clear. When you clean your inner field, when you silence the noise, when you dissolve your scarcity identity, when you align your behaviors with your emotions and your emotions with your truth, you stop chasing wealth, and it begins to chase you. Because energy recognizes its match. You've rewritten your baseline. You've practiced presence, emotional hygiene, resonance, identity upgrading, entropy reduction, and the somatic rituals that stabilize your frequency. Now you stand at the threshold of a new version of yourself. A self who is not begging life for more, but naturally expanding into it. The truth is simple. Wealth was never avoiding you. It was waiting for you to meet yourself. So step forward with calm certainty. Live as if you already are the person who magnetizes opportunity. Move like someone who is trusted by abundance. Speak like someone who has nothing to prove. Decide like someone who has already risen. Because wealth doesn't respond to want. It responds to identity. And you, right now, are becoming the human your future abundance has been waiting for.